saying they named and they became named this grade. Get exactly where they wanted to go, I think.
Yeah, but you have to put your lips on it. Yes. Bite.
Ready? I guess. All right, good morning. Looks like that works well. Kids, there's a blue X. It's a good place to stand so that we can hear you from wherever you are. Should be lots of opportunity to bring in all your voice. So, would you mind if we stand together and let's pray to begin this morning. Father, we're grateful for this time together. We're grateful for each of these families and children and the hard work that they've done, along with their parents and teachers. We ask that you bless their performances today, that you'd help them to remember well what they've studied, that they'd be honoring to you in all that they do. And we thank you for that you give us your word, that you give us words by which we build up and not tear down. We ask that you'd bless our proceedings this morning, and it would be done in your name. For Christ's sake we pray. Amen.
Amen.
All right, we'll start with the third grade. So we'll and you to call for us as usual. Okay. All right.
First is Faith Barnes, and then Bobby Dillon.
Mother Doesn't Want a Dog by Judith Viorst. Mother doesn't want a dog. Mother says they smell. And never sit when you say sit, or even when you yell. And when you come home late at night and there is ice and snow, you have to go back out because the dumb dog has to go. Mother doesn't want a dog. Mother says they smell. And never sit when you... And always lets the strangers in and bark at friends instead. And do disgraceful things on rugs and bark and track mud into the floor. Flop into your bed at night and do their doggy snore. Mother doesn't want a dog. She's making a mistake because more than a dog, she will not want this snake. Mother Doesn't Want a Dog by Judith Viorst.
The King of All Dinosaurs by Paul Cookson.
One second for us, we're still hitting in the flow of notes here.
The King of All Dinosaurs by Paul Cookson. With talon feet and razor claws, leather scales, monster jaws. The king of all the dinosaurs, Tyrannosaurus Rex. With saber teeth, no nose, rams and rays, and rolly oars. The king of all the dinosaurs, Tyrannosaurus Rex. Charges, wars, waging wars, gouge. No. The largest of all carnivores stomps and chomps on floors. The king of all dinosaurs, Tyrannosaurus Rex. Charges, wars, waging wars, gouges, gorges, gashes, gores. The king of all dinosaurs, Tyrannosaurus Rex. With talon feet, razor claws, leather scales, monster jaws. Saber teeth, no north, ransom rays, and royalty yours. The king of all dinosaurs, Tyrannosaurus Rex. The king of all dinosaurs by Paul Cookson.
Molly Higginbotham, and then
When Young Melissa Sweeps by Nancy Bird Turner. When young Melissa sweeps a room, I vow she dances with the broom. She curtsies in a corner brightly and leads her partner forth politely, then up and down and jigs and reels, with gold dust flying at their heels. They caper with a whirl or two, they make a wainscot shine like new. They waltz beside the hearth and quick, it brightens shabby, brick by brick. A gay gavotte across the floor, a highland fling from door to door, and every crack and corner is clean, enough to suit a dainty queen. If ever you are full of gloom, just watch Melissa sweep a room. When Young Melissa Sweeps by Nancy Bird Turner.
Lucas, and then Perry after.
The Sick Lion by Aesop. A lion had come to the end of his days and lay sick unto death at the mouth of his cave, gasping for breath. The animals, his subjects, came around and drew near as he grew more and more helpless. When they saw him on the point of death, they thought to themselves, now is the time to pay off old grudges. So the boar came up and drove at him with his tusks, and the bull gored him with his horns. Still, the lion lay there helpless before them. So the ass, feeling quite safe from danger, turning his tail to the old lion, kicked up his heels into the lion's face. This is a double death, growled the lion. The moral of the story is only cowards insult dying majesty. The Sick Lion by Aesop.
Perry, and then Jack.
The Dentist and the Crocodile by Roald Dahl. The crocodile with a cunning smile sat in the dentist's chair. He said, right here and everywhere, my teeth require repair. The dentist's face was turning white. He quivered, quaked, and shook. He muttered, I suppose I'm going to have to take a look. He opened his wide, massive jaws. It was a fearsome sight. At least 300 pointy teeth, all sharp and shining white. The dentist kept himself well clear. He stood 2 yards away. He chose the longest probe to search out the decay. I said to do the back ones first, the crocodile called out. You're much too far away, dear sir, to see what you're about. To do the back ones properly, you've got to stick your head deep down inside my great big mouth, the grinning crocky said. The poor old dentist wrung his hands, weeping in despair. No, I can see them all well, extremely well from here. Just then, Anne burst a lady in her hands a golden chain. Oh, Crocky, you naughty boy, she said, you're playing tricks again. Watch out, the dentist shrieked. He started climbing up the wall. He said, he's after you, he's after me, he's going to eat us all. Don't be a twit, the lady said and flashed a gorgeous smile. He's harmless, he's my lovely little pet crocodile. The Dentist and the Crocodile by Roald Dahl.
Little Vane by Elizabeth Maddox Roberts. When I was making myself a game, up in the garden a little vane came. It fell down quick in a sort of rush, and it crawled back under the snowball bush. could hear the big drops hit the ground and see little puddles of dust fly around. A chicken came till the rain was gone. He had just a very few feathers on. He shivered a little under his skin, and then he shook his eyeballs in. Even after the rain had begun to hush, it kept on raining up in the bush. One big flat drop came sliding down, and a ladybug that was red and brown was up on a little stem waiting there. I got some rain in my hair, Little Rain by Elizabeth Maddox Roberts.
Make sure you pull up real close, a little bit closer if you need to, so we can make sure you hear you in the back.
Connor, and then Trinity.
Fable by Ralph Waldo Emerson. The mountain and the squirrel had a quarrel, and the former called the latter Little Prig. Bun replied, "You are doubtless very big, but all sorts of things in weather must be taken in together to make up a year and a sphere. And I think it no disgrace to occupy my place, if I am not so big as you. You are not so small as I, and not half so spry. I'll not deny you make a very pretty squirrel track. Talents differ, all is well, and wisely put. If I can't carry force on my back, neither can you crack a nut." Fable by Ralph Waldo Emerson.
Trinity, and then Brantley after.
An excerpt from Robinson Crusoe's story by Charles Edward Carroll. The night was thick and hazy when the Piccadilly Daisy carried down the crew and the captain in the sea. But I think the water drowned them, for I never found them, and I know they didn't come ashore with me. Oh, 'twas very sad and lonely when I found myself the only population on this cultivated shore. But I built myself a tavern on a rocky little cavern, and I sit and watch for people at the door. I spent no time in looking for a girl to do my cooking, as I'm a quite clever hand at making stews, but I have that fellow Friday just to keep the tavern tidy and to put some Sunday polish on my shoes. An excerpt from Robinson Crusoe's story by Charles Edward Carroll.
Brantley, and then Hadley after.
Story of Flying Robert, from the German of Hendrik Hoffmann. When the rain comes tumbling down in the country or the town, all good little girls and boys stay at home and mind their toys. Robert thought, no, when it pours, it is better out of doors. Rain it did, and in a minute, Bob was in it. Now here you see him, silly fellow, underneath his red umbrella. What a wind, oh how it whistles, through the trees and flowers and thistles. It had caught his red umbrella. Now look at him, silly fellow, up he flies to the skies. No one heard his screams and cries. Soon they got to such a height, they were nearly out of sight. And his hat went up so high that it really touched the sky.
No one ever yet could tell where they stopped or where they fell. Only this one thing is plain: Bob was never seen again. From The Story of Flying Robert, from the German of Hendrik Hoffmann.
Hadley, and then Lydia after.
If Love Were Mine by Annette Wynne. If love were mine, if love were mine, I know what I would do. I'd take it, spare it, give it, share it, lend it, spend it too. If beauty I could claim for mine, to hold, to cherish too, I'd strive to spread it, pour it, shed it, till it flowed the whole world through. But toil, just common toil, is mine, and so what I shall do is strive to spread it, strive to make it, carve it, is strive to take it, carve it, make it, into love and beauty too. If Love Were Mine by Annette Wynne.
Lydia, and then Jeremiah after.
I Started Early, Took My Dog by Emily Dickinson. I started early, took my dog, and visited the sea. The mermaids in the basement came out to look at me, and frigates in the upper floor extended hempen hands, presuming me to be a mouse, aground upon the sands. But no man moved me, till the tide went past my simple shoe, past my apron and my belt, and past my bodice too, and made as he would eat me up, as wholly as a dew, upon a dandelion sleeve. And then I started too, and he followed close behind. I felt his silver heel upon my ankle, then my shoes would overflow with pearl. Until we met the solid town, no one he seemed to know, and bowing with a mighty look at me, the sea withdrew. I started early, took my dog, and visited the sea by Emily Dickinson.
Jeremiah, and then Andy after.
Gone from my sight by Henry Van Dyke. I stand upon the seashore, a ship at my side spreads her white sails to the morning breeze and starts for the blue ocean. She's an object of beauty and strength. I watch her until at length she hangs like a speck of a white cloud. Then someone says at my side, "There, she's gone." Gone where? Gone out of my sight. She's as large as in mast, hold, and spar. Just when she left, at least when she left my side. But she is able to bear her living freight to her destined port. But her diminished size is not in her, but in me. Gone from my sight by Henry Van Dyke.
An excerpt from The Snake by D.H. Lawrence. A snake came to my water trough on a hot, hot day, and I in pajamas for the heat to drink there. In the deep, dark, scented shade of the great dark carob tree, I came down the steps with my pitcher, and must wait, must stand and wait, for there he was at the trough before me. He reached down from a fissure in the earth wall in the gloom and trailed his yellow-brown slackness soft-bellied down over the edge of the stone trough. Softly drank through his straight gums. Someone was before me at my water trough, and I, like a second comer, waiting. He lifted his head and looked at me vaguely as cattle do, and flickered his two-forked tongue from his lips and mused a moment, and stooped down and drank a little more. Snake by D.H. Lawrence.
Buttercups and Daisies by Mary Howitt. Buttercups and daisies, oh, the pretty flowers, coming ere the springtime to tell of sunny hours, while the trees are leafless, while the fields are bare. Buttercups and daisies spring up here and there, ere the snowdrop peepeth, ere the crocus bold, ere the early primrose opes its paly gold. Somewhere on a sunny bank, buttercups are bright. Somewhere midst the frozen grass peeps the daisy white. Little hardy flowers, like to children poor, playing in their sturdy health by their mother's door. Purple with the north wind, yet alert and bold, fearing not and caring not, though they be a cold. What to them is winter? What are stormy showers? Buttercups and daisies are these human flowers. He who gave them hardships and a life of care gave them likewise hardy strength and patient hearts to bear. Welcome, yellow buttercups, welcome, daisy white. Ye are in my spirit visioned a delight, coming ere the springtime of sunny hours to tell, speaking to our hearts of him who doth all things well. Buttercups and Daisies by Mary Howitt.
Sullivan, and then Allie.
A Good Play by Robert Louis Stevenson. We built a ship upon the stairs, all made of the back bedroom chairs. We filled it full with soft pillows, to go a-sailing on the billows. We took a saw and several nails, and water in the nursery pails. And Tom said, let us also take an apple and a slice of cake, which was enough for Tom and me to go a-sailing on till tea. We sailed along for days and days, and had the very best of plays. But Tom fell out and hurt his knee, so there's no one left but me. A Good Play by Robert Louis Stevenson.
Foreign Land by Robert Louis Stevenson. Up into the cherry tree, who should climb but little me? I held the trunk with both my hands and looked abroad on foreign land. I saw the next door garden lie among the flowers before my eye, and many pleasant places more that I had never seen before. I saw the dimpling river pass be the sky's blue looking glass. The dusty road go up and down, lead onward, with people trembling in the town. If I could find a higher tree, further I should see the grown-up river to where the grown-up river sleeps, to the sea among the ships, to where the road on either hand lead onward in a fairy land, where all the children dine at 5 and all the playthings come alive. Foreign Land by Robert Louis Stevenson.
The Animal Store by Rachel Field. If I had $100 to spend, or maybe a little more, I'd hurry as fast as my legs would go, straight to the animal store. I wouldn't ask how much for this or that. What kind of dog is he? I'd buy as many as rolled an eye or wagged a tail at me. I'd take the hound with the drooping ears that sits by himself alone, cockers and karens and wobbly pups, for to be my very own. I might be a parrot all red and green, and the monkey I saw before. If I had $100 to spend, or maybe a little more, The Animal Store by Rachel Field.
Constance, and then breathing.
Foreign Children by Robert Louis Stevenson. Little Indian, Sioux or Crow, little frosty Eskimo, little Turk or Japanese. Oh, don't you wish that you were me? You have seen the scarlet trees and lions over seas. You have eaten ostrich eggs and turned the turtle off their legs. Such a life is very fine, but it's not so nice as mine. You must often, as you trod, worried not to be abroad. You have curious things to eat. I am fed on proper meat. You must well be on the phone, but I am safe and live at home. Little Indian, Sioux or Crow, little frosty Eskimo, little Turk or Japanese. Oh, don't you wish that you were me? Foreign Children by Robert Louis Stevenson.
Breathing, and then Arlia's not here. And then Penelope.
A Fairy Went A-Marketing by Rose Fileman. A fairy went a-marketing. She bought a little fish. She put it in a crystal bowl upon a golden dish. An hour she sat in wonderment and watched its silver gleam. And then she gently took it up and slipped it in a stream. A fairy went a-marketing. She bought a colored bird. It sang the sweetest, shrillest song that ever she had heard. She sat beside its painted cage and listened half the day, and then she opened wide the door and let it fly away. A fairy went a-marketing. She bought a winter gown. all stitched about with gossamer and lined with thistledown. She wore it all the afternoon with prancing and delight, then gave it to a little frog to keep him warm at night. A fairy went a-marketing, she bought a gentle mouse to take her tiny messages to keep her tiny house. All day she kept its busy feet pit-patting to and fro, and then she kissed its silken ears, thanked it, and let it go. A fairy went a-marketing by Rose Violman.
Penelope, and then Amber, you said, isn't it? And then Sterling.
Luke 1:46-55. My soul doth magnify the Lord, and my spirit has rejoiced in God my Savior. For he has regarded the low estate of his handmaiden. For behold, from henceforth all generations shall call me blessed. For he that is mighty has done great things for me, and holy is his name. And his mercy that is on them, and his mercy that is on them that fear him from generation to generation. He has shown strength with his arms, and he has scattered the proud in the imagination of their hearts. He has put down the mighty from their seats, and exalted them from low degree. He has filled the hungry with good things, and the rich he has sent empty away. He has helped his servant Israel in remembrance of his mercy, as he spake to our fathers, to Abraham, and to his seed forever. Luke 1:46-55.
Sterling, and then Blake.
The Voyage of the Dawn Treader by C.S. Lewis. Please, Aslan, said Lucy, before we go, will you tell us when we're back to Narnia again? Please, and oh, do make it soon. Dear, said Aslan, very gently, you and your brother will never come back to Narnia. Oh, Aslan, said Edmund and Lucy, both together in despairing voices. You are too old, children, said Aslan, and you must begin to come close to your own world now. It isn't Narnia, you know, sobbed Lucy. It's you. We shan't meet you there. And how can we live never meeting you? But you shall meet me, dear one, said Aslan. Are you there too, sir? Said Edmund. I am, said Aslan, but there I have another name. You must learn to know me by that name. This is the very reason why you are brought to Narnia, that by knowing me here for a little, you may know me better there. The Voyage of the Dawn Treader by C.S. Lewis.
My Shadow by Robert Louis Stevenson. I have a little shadow that goes in and out with me, and what can be the use of him is more than I can see. He is very, very like me from the heels up to the head, and I see him jump before me when I jump into my bed. The funniest thing about him is the way he likes to grow, not at all like proper children, which is always very slow. For he sometimes shoots up taller like an India rubber ball, and he sometimes gets so little that there's none of him at all. for he hasn't got a notion of how he ought to play, and can only make a fool of me in every sort of way. He sometimes, he stays so close beside me, he's a coward, you can see. I think shame to stick to Nursey as that shadow sticks to me. One morning very early, before the sun was up, I rose and found the shining dew on every buttercup. But my lazy little shadow, like an errant sleepy head, had stayed at home behind me and was fast asleep in bed. My Shadow by Robert Louis Stevenson.
Ella, and then Hazel.
Where Go the Books by Robert Louis Stevenson. Dark brown is the river, golden is the sand. It flows along forever, with trees on either hand. Green leaves are floating, castles of the foam. Boats of mine are boating, where will I come home? On goes the river, and out past the mill, away down the valley, away down the hill. Away down the river, 100 miles or more, are the little children traveling my boats ashore. Where Go the Boats by Robert Louis Stevenson.
Hazel, and then Isaiah.
Psalm 8, 1 through 10. O Lord, how excellent is your name in all the earth, who set your glory in the heavens. Out of the mouths of babes and nursing infants, you have ordained strength because of your enemies. When I silence your avengers and your enemies, when I consider thy heavens, the work of thy fingers, the moon and the stars, which thou hast ordained. What is a man that thou art mindful of him, and the Son of God that thou visited him? For thou hast made him a little lower than the angels, and hast crowned him with glory and honor. For thou hast put dominion over the works of thy hands, and put all things under thy feet. All sheep and ox of the fields of the beast, all fowl of the air and fish of the sea, whatsoever the paths of the sea. O Lord, how excellent is your name in all the earth. Psalm 8.
Isaiah, and then Connor.
The Little Turtle by Shel Lindsay. This is a turtle. He lives in a box. He swims in a puddle. He climbs on rocks. He snapped at a mosquito. He snapped at a flea. He snapped at a minnow and he snapped at me. He caught the mosquito. He caught the flea. He caught the minnow, but he didn't catch me. The Little Turtle by Shel Lindsay.
Connor, and then Hazel.
John 14:1 through 6. Let not your heart be troubled. Believe in God, believe also
in me. In my Father's house are many rooms. If it were not so, would I have told you that I go to prepare a place for you. And if I go and prepare a place for you, I will come again and take you to myself, that where I am, you may be also. And you know the way to where I am going. Thomas said to him, Lord, we do not know where you are going. How can we know the way? Jesus said to him, I am the way, the truth, and the life, and no one comes to the Father except through me. John 14:1-6.
Hazel, and then Rebecca.
A Kitten by Eleanor Ferrion. He's nothing much but fur, and 2 round eyes of blue. He has a giant purr, midget mew. He darts and pats the air. He starts and cocks his ears when there's nothing there for him to see and hear. He runs around and rings, but why I cannot tell, with sideways leaps he springs at things invisible, and halfway through the leaps, his startled eyes close. He drops off to sleep with one paw on his nose. A Kitten by Eleanor Ferrion.
Rebecca, and then Isabella.
Bed in Summer by Robert Louis Stevenson. In winter I get up at night dressed by yellow candlelight. In summer quite the other way, I have to go to bed by day. I have to go to bed and see the birds still hopping on the tree, or hear the grown-up people's feet still going past me in the street. And does it not seem hard to you, and all the sky is clear and blue, and I should so much like to play to have to go to bed by day. Bed in Summer by Robert Louis Stevenson.
Isabella, and then Penny.
The Ferry by Christina Rossetti. Ferry me across the water, do, boatman, do. If you've a penny in your purse, I'll ferry you. I have a penny in my purse, and my eyes are blue. So ferry me across the water, do, boatman, do. Step into my ferry boat, be they black or blue. And for that penny in your purse, I'll ferry you. The Ferry by Christina Rossetti.
Penny, and then Henrietta.
Catch a Little Rhyme by Eve Merriam. Once upon a time, I caught a little rhyme. I set it on the floor, but it ran out the door. I chased it on my bicycle, but it melted into an icicle. I scooped it up in my hat, but it turned into a cat.
I caught it by the tail, but it stretched into a whale. I followed it in my boat, but it changed into a goat. I fed it tin paper, but it became a tall skyscraper. Then it grew into a kite, then flew far out of sight. Catch a Little Rhyme by Eve Merriam.
Henry, and then Allie Landry.
Now we are 6 by A. Mill. When I was 1, I had just begun. When I was 2, I was nearly new. When I was 3, I was hardly me. When I was 4, I was now much more. When I was 5, I was just alive. Now I am 6. I'm as clever. Now I'll think I'll be 6 forever and ever. Now we are 6 by A. Mill.
Allie, and then Sadie.
What is it by Marie Louise Allen? Tall ears, twinkly nose, tiny tail, and a hop he goes. What is he? Can you guess? I feed him carrots and watercress. His ears are long and his tail is small, and he doesn't make any noise at all. Tall ears, twinkly nose, tiny tail, and a hop he goes. What is it by Marie Louise Allen?
Sadie, and then Marvin after Fair.
Mrs. Pet Pigeon by Eleanor Farjeon. Mrs. Pet Pigeon is picking for bread. Baba, baba, baba goes her little round head. Tamed as a pussycat in the street. Step, step, step goes her little red feet. With her little red feet and her little round head. Mrs. Pet Pigeon is picking for bread. Mrs. Pet Pigeon by Eleanor Farjeon.
Fair, and then Zadie.
A Good Boy by Robert Louis Stevenson. I woke before the morning, and I was happy all day long, for I never said an ugly word, but I smiled and stuck to play. And now at last the sun is going down behind the wood, and I am very happy for that. I know that I've been good. My bed is waiting cool and fresh, with linen smooth and fair, and I must be off to sleep and by, without forgetting my prayer. I know that till tomorrow I shall see the sun arise. No ugly dream shall frighten my mind, no ugly sight my eyes. But slumber holds me tightly till I waken in the dawn, hear the thrush sing, and lilacs on the lawn. A Good Boy by Robert Louis Stevenson.
Zayden, and then Ellis.
Bedtime by Eleanor Farjan. 5 minutes more, please. Let me stay 5 minutes more. Can't I just finish this castle I'm building here on the floor? Can't I just finish this story I'm reading here in my book? Can't I just finish this bee chain? It's almost finished. Look, can't I just finish this game, please? When a game's once begun, it's a pity never to find out whether you've lost or won. Can't I just stay 5 minutes? Well, can't I just stay 4, 3 minutes then? 2 minutes? Can't I just stay 1 minute more? Bedtime by Eleanor Farjan.
Ellis, and then Everett.
Don't ever cross a crocodile by Kay Starbird. Don't ever cross a crocodile, however few his fault. Don't ever dare a dancing bear to teach you how to waltz. Don't ever poke a rattlesnake while it's sleeping in the sun and say the poke was just a joke and really all in fun. Don't ever lure a lion close with gifts of steak and suet. The lion looks so nice in books, don't ever, ever do it. Don't ever cross a crocodile by Kay Starbird.
Everett, and then Sebastian.
The steam shovel burrow in a Bennett. The steam digger was much bigger than the biggest beast I know. He snorts and roars like the dinosaurs that lived long years ago. He crouches low on his tractor paws and scoops the dirt up with his jaws and swings his long, stiff neck around and spits it out upon the ground. Oh, the steam digger is much bigger than the biggest beast I know. It snorts and roars like the dinosaurs that lived long years ago. The steam shovel by Rowena Bennett.
A bird came down the walk by Emily Dickinson. A bird came down the walk. He did not know I saw. He bit an angleworm in half and ate the fellow raw. And then he drank a dew from a convenient grass, then hopped sideways to the wall to let a beetle pass. He glanced with rapid eyes that hurried all abroad. They looked like frightened bees, I thought. He stirred his velvet head like one in danger, cautious. I offered him a crumb, and he unrolled his feathers and roved him softer home than oars divide the ocean, to silver for a seam, or butterflies off banks of noon leap lustless as they swim. A bird came down the walk by Emily Dickinson.
Joanna, and then Joshua.
Pirate Donder of Dowdy by Mildred Blue Merriman. Ho, for the pirate Donder of Dowdy. He was as wicked could be, but oh, he was perfectly gorgeous to see, the pirate Donder of Dowdy. His conscience, of course, was as black as a bat, but he had a lofty plume on his hat, and when he went walking it jiggled like that, the plume of Pirate Dowdy. His coat was crimson and cut with a slash, and often as ever he twirled his mustache. Deep down in the ocean the mermaids went splash, because of Pirate Dowdy. Moreover, he had a purple tattoo that stuck in his belt where he buckled it through, and there sat a dagger, a dirk, and a squizmaroo, for fierce was Pirate Dowdy. Pirate Dowdy by Mildred Plume Merriman.
The Worm by Ralph Burgengren. When the earth is turned in spring, the worms are fat as anything, and birds come flying all around to eat the worms right off the ground. They like worms just as much as I like bread and milk and apple pie. And once, when I was very young, I put a worm right on my tongue. I didn't like the taste of it, so I didn't swallow it. But oh, it makes my mother squirm, 'cause she thinks I ate that worm. The Worm by Ralph Burgengren.
Dust of Snow by Robert Frost. Away a crow looked down on me. Dust of snow from hemlock tree has given my heart a change of mood, a saved some part that a day I had rued. Dust of Snow by Robert Frost.
All right, let's take a 10-minute break. It's just a few minutes behind, but we'll start back at 9:34.
Neither one of them bothers.
Okay,
It's just
all
that
right.
my brain is not always flowing as fast as I would like it.
Let's stand and pray again for these students coming up. Father, we thank you again for these students and their hard work. Give them calm nerves and good memory of the work that they've done, and bless our time here this hour for Christ's sake. Amen.
Amen.
Asher and Brooklyn as well.
Psalm 1, English Standard Version. Blessed is the man who walks not in the counsel of the wicked, nor stands in the way of sinners, nor sits in the seat of scoffers, but is his delight unto the law of the Lord, and on his law he meditates day and night. He is like a tree planted by streams of water that yields its fruit in its season, and its leaf does not wither. In all that he does he prospers. The wicked are not so, but are like chaff that the wind drives away. Therefore the wicked will not stand in the judgment of the righteous, nor sinners in the congregation of the righteous. For the Lord knows the way of the righteous, but the way of the wicked will perish. Psalm 1, English Standard Version.
Brooklyn, and then Eric after.
The Runaway by Robert Frost. Once when the snow of the year was beginning to fall, we stopped by a mountain pastor say, "Who's colt?" A little Morgan had one forefoot on the wall, the other crowded his breast. He dips his head and snorted at us, and then he had to bolt. We heard the miniature thunder where he fled, and we saw him, or thought we saw him, dim and gray, like a shadow against a current of falling flakes. I think the little fellow's afraid of the snow. He is in winter broken. It isn't play with the little fellow at all. He's running away. I doubt if even his mother could tell him, "Sakes, it's only weather." He thinks she didn't know. Where is his mother? He can't be out alone. And now he comes again with a clatter of stone, and mounts the wall again with widened eyes. And all his tail that isn't hair up straight. He shudders his coat as if to throw off flies. Whoever it is that leaves him out so late, when other creatures have gone to stall and bin, ought to be told to come and take him in. The Runaway by Robert Frost.
Eric, followed by William.
Jonah 2, English Standard Version. Then Jonah prayed to the Lord his God from the belly of the fish, saying, I called to thee out of my distress, and he answered me. Out of the belly of Sheol I cried, and you heard my voice. And then you cast me into the deep, into the heart of the seas, and the floods surround me. All your waves and billows passed over me. Then I said, I am driven away from your sight, yet I shall look again upon your holy temple. The waters closed in over me to take my life. The deep surround me, and the weeds were wrapped about my head from the roots of the mountains. I went down to the land whose bars closed upon me forever. But yet you brought my life from the pit, O Lord my God. And this prayer came to you in your holy temple. Those who pay regard to vain idols forsake their hope of steadfast love. But I, with a voice of thanksgiving, shall sacrifice to thee. What I have vowed I will repay. Salvation belongs to the Lord. Then the Lord spoke to the fish and vomited Jonah out upon the dry land. Jonah 2, English Standard Version.
Proverbs 14:29 through 15:4. He who is slow to wrath has great understanding, but he who is impulsive exalts folly. A sound heart is life to the body, but envy is rottenness to the bones. Whoever oppresses the poor reproaches his maker, but he who honors him has mercy on the needy. The wicked is banished in his wickedness, but the righteous has refuge in his death. Wisdom rests in the heart of him who has understanding, but what is in the heart of fools is made known. Righteousness exalts a nation, but sin is a reproach to any people. The king's favor is toward a wise servant, but his wrath is against him who causes shame. A soft answer turns away wrath, but a harsh word stirs up anger. The tongue of the wise uses knowledge rightly, but the mouth of fools pours forth foolishness. The eyes of the Lord are keeping watch over the good and evil. A wholesome tongue is a tree of life, but perverseness in it breaks it. Proverbs 14:29 through 15:4, New King James Version.
Corbin, and then Grace.
Matthew 5:1-10, New King James Version. And seeing the multitudes, he went up to the mountains, and when he was seated, he opened his mouth and taught them, saying, Blessed are the poor in spirit, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Blessed are they who mourn, for they shall be comforted. Blessed are those who are meek, for they shall inherit the earth. Blessed are those who hunger and thirst for their own righteousness, for they shall be filled. Blessed are the merciful, for they shall obtain mercy. Blessed are the pure in spirit, for they shall see God. Blessed are the peacemakers, for they shall be called sons of God. Blessed are those who are persecuted for their own righteousness' sake, for theirs is the kingdom of heaven. Matthew 5:1-10, New King James Version.
Grace, and then Graham.
Romeo and Juliet, The Balcony Scene by William Shakespeare. Romeo, oh Romeo, wherefore art thou Romeo? Deny thy father, and refuse thy name. For thou be but sworn, my love, that I shall no longer be a Capulet. 'Tis but thy name that 'tis my enemy. Thou art thyself, though not a Montague. What is a Montague? It is nor hand nor foot, nor arm nor face, nor any other part belonging to a man. Oh, be some other name. What is a name that which we call a rose would smell so sweet as Romeo would, were he not Romeo called? Deny that dear perfection which heals. Without the title Romeo doth, thy name, and for that name, which is no part of thee, I take all myself. What kind of man art thou, so bescreened at night, so stumblest upon my counsel? For my ears have not heard 100 words of the tongue's uttering, yet I know the sound. Art thou not, Romeo, a Montague? Good night, for parting is such a sweet sorrow. I shall say good night till it be morrow. Romeo and Juliet, The Balcony Scene by William Shakespeare.
Graham.
A Psalm of Life by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. Tell me not, in mournful numbers, life is but an empty dream. For the soul that dead that slumbers, and things are not the same. Life is real, life is earnest, and the grave is not its goal. Dust thou art, and dust returnest, was not spoken of the soul. Not enjoyment and not sorrow is our destined end our way, but to act that each tomorrow find us farther than today. Art is long, and time is fleeting, and our heart, though sound brave, still, like muffled drums beating, funeral marches to the grave. In the world's broad fields of battle, in the bivouac of life, be not like dumb driven cattle, be a hero in the strife. Trust no future, however pleasant, let a dead past bury its dead. Act in living presence, heart within, and God our head. Let the great men all remind us that we can make our lives sublime. In departing, leave behind us footprints in the sands of time, footprints that perhaps another, sailing over life's solemn main, a forlorn and shipwrecked brother, seeing, shall take heart again. A Psalm of Life by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow.
Trevor, followed by Elliot.
Acts 10, 1-16. There was a certain man in Caesarea called Cornelius, a centurion of what was called the Italian regiment, a devout man and one who feared God with all his household, who gave alms generously to the people, and who prayed to God always. About the 9th hour of the day, he saw clearly in a vision an angel of God coming in and saying to him, Cornelius. And when he had observed him, he was afraid and said, What is it, Lord? So he said to him, Your prayers and your alms have come up for a memorial before God. Now send men to Joppa and send for Simon, whose surname is Peter. He is lodging with Simon, a tanner, whose house is by the sea. He will tell you what you must do. And when the angel who spoke to him had departed, Cornelius called 2 of his household servants and a devout soldier from among those who waited on him continually. So when he had explained all these things to him, he sent them to Joppa. The next day, as they went on their journey and drew near the city, Peter went up on the housetop to pray about the 6th hour. Then he became hungry and wanted to eat, but while they made ready, he fell into a trance and saw heaven open and an object like a great sheet bound at the 4 corners, descending to him and let down to the earth. In it were all kinds of 4-footed animals of the earth, wild beasts, creeping things, and birds of the air. And the voice came to him, Rise, Peter, kill and eat. But Peter said, Not so, Lord, for I have never eaten anything common or unclean. And the voice said to him again the second time, What God has cleansed, you must not call common. This was done 3 times, and the object was taken up into heaven again. Acts 10, 1-16, New King James Version.
Elliot, and then Vikram.
Little Boy Blue by Eugene Field. The little toy dog is covered with dust, but sturdy and staunch he stands. And the little toy soldier is red with rust, and his musket molds in his hands. Time was when the little toy dog was new, and the soldier was passing fair. And that was the time when our little boy Blue kissed them and put them there. Now don't you go till I come, he said, and don't you make any noise. So toddling off to his trundle bed, he dreamed the pretty toys. And as he dreamed the pretty toys, an angel song awakened our little boy Blue. Oh, the years are many, the years are long, but the little toy friends are true. Aye, faithful to the little boy Blue, they stand each in the same old place, awaiting the touch of a little hand and a smile of a little face. And they wonder, as waiting these long years through in the dust of that little chair, what has become of our little boy Blue since he kissed them and put them there. Little Boy Blue by Eugene Field.
Vikram.
Your Name by Edgar A. Guest. He got it from your father, 'twas the best he had to give, and right gladly he bestowed it, his years the while you live. You may lose the watch he gave you, and another you may claim, but remember when you're tempted to be careful of his name. Oh, there's much that he has given, that it was fair the day you got it, a worthy name to bear. When you took it from his father, there was no dishonor there. Through the years he proudly wore it, to his father he was true. The name was clean and spotless when he passed it on to you. Oh, there's much that he has given, that he values not at all. He has watched you break your playthings in the days when you were small. You have lost the knife he gave you, and you've scattered many a game, but you'll never hurt your father if you're careful with his name. It's yours to wear forever, yours to wear the while you live, yours perhaps some distant morning to another boy to give. And you'll smile as did your father, with a smile that all can share. If a clean name and a good name you are giving him to wear. Your Name by Edgar A. Guest.
Morgan. And Mila.
Dreamland by Christina Rossetti. Where sunless rivers weep their ways into the deep. She sleeps a charmed sleep, awake her not. Led by a single star, she came from very far, to seek where shadows are her pleasant lot. She left the rosy morn, she left the fields of corn, for twilight cold and lorn, and water springs. Through she passed through a veil, she sees the skylight pale, and hear the nightingale that sadly sings, Rest, rest, a perfect rest, shed over brown breast. Her face is toward the west, the purple land. She cannot see the grain ripening on hill and plain. She cannot feel the rain upon her hand. Rest, rest forevermore upon a mossy shore. Rest, rest at the heart core, till time shall cease. Sleep that no pain shall wake, night that no morn shall break, till joy shall overtake her perfect peace. Dreamland by Christina Rossetti.
Mila. And then Jamie.
Psalm 46, English Standard Version. God is our refuge and strength, a very present help in trouble. We will not fear though the earth gives way, and the mountains be moved into the heart of the sea, though its waters roar and foam, and the mountains tremble at its swelling. There is a river whose streams make glad the city of God, the holy habitation of the Most High. God is in the midst of her, she shall not be moved. God will help her when morning dawns. The nations rage and the kingdoms totter. He utters his voice and the earth melts. The Lord of hosts is with us. The God of Jacob is our fortress. Come and behold the works of the Lord, how he has brought desolations on the earth. He breaks the bow and shatters the spear. He burns the chariots with fire. Be still and know that I am God. I will be exalted among the nations. I will be exalted in the earth. The Lord of hosts is with us. The God of Jacob is our fortress. Psalm 46, English Standard Version.
Jane. And then Sophia.
The Frosting Dish by Edgar A. Guest. When I was but a little lad, not more than 8 or 9, a special treat to make me glad was set apart as mine. On baking days, she granted me the small boy's dearest wish, and when the cake was finished, she gave me the frosting dish. I've eaten chocolate in many ways. I've had it hot or cold. I've sampled it throughout my days in every form it's sold. And though I'm still very fond of it and hold its flavor sweet, the icing dish, I still admit, remains the greatest treat. Never has chocolate tasted so, nor has brought to me such joy, as in those days of long ago when I was but a boy, standing beside my mother fair, waiting for her to gently stoop to kiss me there and hand the plate to me. Now there's another in my place who stands where I once stood, and looks with upturned face and waits for something good. And when she hands him plate and spoon, I chuckle low and wish I may be allowed to scrape the frosting dish. The Frosting Dish by Edgar A. Guest.
Sophie, followed by Michael.
Liberty or Death by Patrick Henry. There is a just God who presides over the destinies of the nations and who will raise up friends to fight our battles for us. And besides, sir, we have no election. And if we were base enough to even desire it, it is too late to retire from the contest. There is no retreat but submission and slavery. Our chains are forged. You can hear their clanking in the plains of Boston. The war is inevitable, and let it come. I repeat, sir, let it come. Gentlemen may cry, peace, peace, but there is no peace. The war is actually begun. The next gale that sweeps from the north will bring to our ears a clash of resounding arms. Our brethren are already in the field. Why stand we here idle? What is it that gentlemen wish? What would they have? Is life so dear or peace so sweet, to be purchased at the price of chains and slavery? Forbid it, Almighty God. I know not what course others may take. But as for me, give me liberty or give me death. Liberty or Death by Patrick Henry.
Michael, followed by Johann.
Caged Bird by Maya Angelou. A free bird leaps in the back of the wind and floats downstream till the current ends.
and dips his wings in the orange sun rays and dares to claim the sky. But a bird that stalks down his narrow cage can seldom see through his bars of rage. His wings are clipped and his feet are tied, so he opens his throat to sing. The caged bird sings with the fearful trill of things unknown, but longed for still, and his tune is heard on the distant hill, for the caged bird sings of freedom. The free bird thinks of another breeze, and the trade winds soft through the sighing trees, and the fat worms waiting on a dawn-bright lawn, and he names the sky his own. But a caged bird stands on the grave of dreams, and his shadow shouts on a nightmare scream. His wings are clipped, and his feet are tied, so he opens his throat to sing. The caged bird sings with the fearful trill of things unknown, but longed for still, and his tune is heard on the distant hill, for the caged bird sings of freedom. Caged Bird by Maya Angelou.
Followed by Lila Jane.
An excerpt from The Wonderful Land of Oz by L. Frank Baum. After considering the matter carefully, Tip decided that the best place to locate Jack would be at the bend in the road, a little ways from the house. So he started to carry his man there, but found him heavy and rather awkward to handle. After dragging the creature a short distance, Tip stood him on his feet, and, by first bending the joints of one leg and then those of the other, at the same time pushing from behind, the boy managed to induce Jack to walk to the bend in the road. It was not accomplished without a few tumbles, and Tip really worked harder than he ever had in the fields or forest. But a love of mischief urged him on, and it pleased him to test the cleverness of his workmanship. "Jack's all right and works fine," he said to himself, panting with the unusual exertion. But just then he discovered that the man's left arm had fallen off in the journey, so he went back to find it, and afterward, by whittling a new and stouter pin for the shoulder joint, he repaired the injury so successfully that the arm was stronger than before. Tip also noticed that Jack's pumpkin head had twisted around until it faced his back, but this was easily remedied. When, at last, the man was set up, facing the turn in the path where old Mumby was to appear, he looked natural enough to be a fair imitation of a Gillikin farmer, and unnatural enough to startle anyone that came upon him unawares. An excerpt from The Wonderful Land of Oz by L. Frank Baum.
Lila Jane, and then Claire.
Hiawatha's Childhood by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. By the shores of the Gitche Gumee, by the shining Big Sea water, stood the wigwam of Nokomis, daughter of the moon, Nokomis. Dark behind it rose the forest, rose the black and gloomy pine trees, rose the firs with cones upon them. Bright before it beat the water, beat the clear and sunny water, beat the shining Big Sea water. There the wrinkled old Nokomis nursed the little Hiawatha, rocked him in his linen cradle, bedded soft with moss and rushes, safely bound with reindeer sinews, stilled his fretful wail by saying, "Hush, the naked bear will hear thee," lulled him into slumber singing, "Iwa-i, my little owlet, who is this that lights the wigwam? With his great eyes lights the wigwam." Many things Nokomis taught him of the stars that shine in heaven, showed him Ishkudah the comet, Ishkudah with fiery tresses, showed the death dance of the spirits, warriors with their plumes and war clubs, flaring far away to northward in the frosty nights of winter, showed the broad white road in heaven, pathway of the ghosts, the shadows, running straight across the heavens, pathway of the ghosts, the shadows. At the door on summer evenings sat the little Hiawatha, heard the whispering of the pine trees, heard the lapping of the water, sounds of music, words of wonder. Many Wawa, said the pine trees, Mudway Ashka, said the water, saw the firefly, Wawatezi, flitting through the dusk of evening with the twinkle of his candle, lighting up the brakes and bushes, and he sang the song of children, sang the song Nokomis taught him. Wawatezi, little firefly, little flitting white fire insect, little dancing white fire creature, light me with your little candle, ere upon my bed I lay me, ere in sleep I close my eyelids. Saw the moon rise from the water, rippling rounding from the water, saw the flecks and shadows on it, whispered, what is that, Nokomis? And the good Nokomis answered, that once a warrior very angry seized his grandmother and threw her up into the sky at midnight. Right against the moon he threw her. 'Tis her body that you see there. Saw the rainbow in the heavens, in the eastern sky the rainbow. Whispered, what is that, Nokomis? And the good Nokomis answered, 'tis the heaven of flowers you see there. All the wildflowers of the forest, all the lilies of the prairie, when on earth they fade and perish, blossom in that heaven above us. When he heard the owls at midnight, hooting, laughing in the forest, what is that? He cried in terror. What is that? He said, Nokomis. And the good Nokomis answered, that is but the owl and owlet, talking in their native language, talking, scolding at each other. Then the little Hiawatha learned their names and all their secrets, where they hid themselves in winter, how they built their nest in summers, talked with them where'er he met them, called them Hiawatha's chickens. Of all the beasts he learned their language, learned their names and all their secrets, how the beavers built their lodges, how where the squirrels hid their acorns, how the reindeer ran so swiftly, why the rabbit was so timid, talked with them where'er he met them, called them Hiawatha's brothers. Hiawatha's Childhood by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow.
Claire, and then Jonathan.
Proverbs 3, 1 through 12, New King James Version. My son, do not forget my law, but let your heart keep my commands. For the length of days and long life, peace will add to you. Let not mercy and truth forsake you. Bind them around your neck and write them on the tablet of your heart. And you will find favor and high esteem in the sight of God and man. Trust in the Lord with all your heart, and lean not on your own understanding. In all your ways acknowledge him, and he will direct your paths. Do not be wise in your own eyes, and fear the Lord, and depart from evil. It will be health to your flesh and strength to your bones. Honor the Lord in all your possessions, and with your first fruit will all increase. So your barns will be filled with plenty, and your vats will overflow with new wine. My son, do not detest the chastisings of the Lord, nor detest his corrections. For the Lord loves whom he corrects, and the Father and the Son, in whom he delights. Proverbs 3, 1 through 12, New King James Version.
The Way to Salamandastron by Brian Jakes. Twixt earth and sky, where birds can fly, I look below to see a place of wood with plumage green that breezes move like sea. Behind me as the dawn breaks clear, wood pigeons come awake. See brown dust roll twixt green or gold, unwinding like a snake. So fly and sing, the wild goose is king. Where golden acres far below, our wings beat strong and true. Where deep and wet, see flowing yet another snake of blue. Across the earth is changing shape with form and color deep. Afar the teeth of land rise up to bite the wool of sheep. So fly and sing, the wild goose is king. Beyond this, much is lost and missed, but here and there I see the treachery of muddy gray. 'Tis no place for the free. O feathered brethren of the air, fly straight and do not fall. Onward cross the wet gold flat, where seabirds wheel and call. So fly and sing, the wild goose is king. The sky is getting darker, see, our beacon shining bright. Go high across the single fang that burns into the night. We leave you now as we wing on, our journey then must be. Where sky and water meet in line and suns drown in the sea. So fly and sing, the wild goose is king. The Way to Salamandastron by Brian Jakes.
The Farewell Address by King Gustavus Adolphus of Sweden. I call on the all-powerful God to witness by whose providence we are here assembled, that it's not by my own wish or any love of war that I undertake this campaign. On the contrary, I have now been several years goaded into the imperial party, not only through the reception according to our emissaries to Luckbeck, but also the action of their general, the aiding with his enemies, the Poles, to our great detriment. We are here to urge over by our hardness and brother-in-law, the Elector of Brandenburg, to undertake this war. Our chief object is which to free all of our brothers in the faith from the clusters of Pope, by God helping us, we hope to do. But even as the pitcher goes out to the well daily, it must sometimes break. So it will be for me in the welfare of the Swedish kingdom. I have already gone through many dangers and seen much shedding of blood, and I've come through it all, and so far thanks to God's gracious protection. Yet when the time has come, and it's all over for me, I must say a farewell to life. Therefore, I have desired before my departure to see you all from far and near, subjects and estate of Sweden, gathered about me, that together we may condemn our body and soul to our gracious God, and hope that it may be his will, after this weary and troublesome life, that together he may bring us again together in this heavenly and everlasting life that he has prepared for us. An excerpt from King Gustavus Adolphus' Farewell Address.
If you may, and then Charlie.
Common Cold by Ogden Nash. Go hang yourself, you old MD. You shall not sneer at me. Pick up your hat and your stethoscope. Go wash your mouth with laundry soap. I contemplate a joy exquisite. I'm not paying you for your visits. I did not call you to be told my malady's a common cold. By pounding brow and swollen lip, by fever's hot and scaly grip,
by those two red, redundant eyes that weep like woeful April skies, by racking snuffle snorting, sniff, by handkerchief after handkerchief. This cold you wave away is not, is the darnest cold man's ever caught. Give ear, you scientific fossil. Here is the genuine cold colossal, the cold of which researchers dream, the perfect cold, the cold supreme. The honored system humbly holds the super cold to end all colds, the cold crusading for democracy, the fewer of streptocracy. Bacilli swarm within my portals, such as were ne'er conceived by mortals, but bred by scientists wise and hoary, in some Olympic laboratory. Bacteria as large as mice, with feet of fire and heads of ice, who never interrupt for slumber their stamping elephantine rumba. A common cold, gazook, forsooth. Ah, yes, and Lincoln was jostled by Booth. Don Juan was a budding gallant, and Shakespeare's plays show signs of talent. The Arctic winter is fairly coolish, and your Dionysus is fairly foolish. Oh, what a derision history holds for the man who belittles the cold of colds. Common Cold by Ogden Nash.
Charlie, Benjamin.
Verse for a Certain Dog by Dorothy Parker. Such glorious faith as fills your limpid eyes, dear little friend of mine, I never knew. All innocent are you, and yet all wise. For heaven's sake, stop worrying that shoe. You look about you, and all you see is fair. This mighty globe was made for you alone. Of all the thunderous ages, you're the heir. Get off the pillow with that dirty bone. A skeptic world you face with steady gaze. High in young pride you hold your noble head. Gaily you meet the rush of roaring days. Must you eat puppy biscuit on the bed? Lance like your courage, gleaming swift and strong. Yours is the white rapture of a winged soul. Yours is the spirit like a Mayday song. God help you if you break the goldfish bowl. Whatever is good, your gracious creed. You wear your joy of living like a crown. Love lights your simplest act, your every deed. Drop it, I tell you, put that kitten down. You were God's kindliest gift of all, a friend. Your shining loyalty, unflecked by doubt, you ask but leave to follow to the end. Couldn't you wait until I took you out? Verse for a Certain Dog by Dorothy Parker.
Benjamin, followed by Connor.
An excerpt from The Elephant's Child by Rudyard Kipling. Now, you must know and understand, O best beloved, that till that very week and day, hour and minute, this satiable elephant's child had never seen a crocodile and did not know what one was like. It was all his satiable curiosity. The first thing that he found was a bi-colored python rock snake curled around a rock. "Excuse me," said the elephant's child most politely, "but have you seen such a thing as a crocodile in these promiscuous parts?" "Have I seen a crocodile?" said the bi-colored python rock snake in a voice of dreadful scorn. "What will you ask me next?" "Excuse me," said the elephant's child, "but could you kindly tell me what he has for dinner?" Then the bi-colored python rock snake uncoiled himself very quickly from the rock and spanked the elephant's child with his scalesome, flailsome tail. "That is odd," said the elephant's child, "because my father and my mother and my uncle and my aunt, not to mention my other aunt, the hippopotamus, and my other uncle, the baboon, have all spanked me for my satiable curiosity, and I suppose this is the same thing." So he said goodbye very politely to the bi-colored python rock snake and hoped to coil him up the rock again, and went on, a little warm, but not at all astonished, eating melons and throwing the rind about because he could not pick it up, till he trod on what he thought was a log of wood at the very edge of the great gray-green, greasy, Limpopo River, all set about with fever trees. But it was really the crocodile, O best beloved, and the crocodile winked one eye, like this. "Excuse me," said the elephant's child most politely, "but do you happen to have seen a crocodile in these promiscuous parts?" Then the crocodile winked the other eye and lifted half his tail out of the mud, and the elephant's child stepped back most politely, because he did not wish to be spanked again. "Come hither, little one," said the crocodile. "Why do you ask such things?" "Excuse me," said the elephant's child most politely, "but my father has spanked me, my mother has spanked me, not to mention my tall aunt the ostrich and my tall uncle the giraffe, who can kick ever so hard, as well as my broad aunt the hippopotamus and the hairy uncle the baboon, and including the bi-colored python rock snake with the scalesome, flailsome tail just up the bank, who spanks harder than any of them. And so, if it's all quite the same to you, I don't want to be spanked anymore." "Come hither, little one," said the crocodile, "for I am the crocodile." And he wept crocodile tears to show it was quite true. Then the elephant's child grew all breathless and panted and kneeled down on the bank and said, "You are the very person I've been looking for all these long days. Will you please tell me what you have for dinner?" "Come hither, little one," said the crocodile, "and I'll whisper." Then the elephant's child put his head down close to the crocodile's musky, tusky mouth, and the crocodile caught him by his little nose, which up to that very week, day, hour, and minute had been no bigger than a boot, though much more useful. "I think," said the crocodile, and he said it in between his teeth, like this. "I think today I will begin with Elephant's Child." An excerpt from The Elephant's Child by Rudyard Kipling.
Hunter, followed by Samantha.
An excerpt from the inaugural address of John F. Kennedy. In your hands, my fellow citizens, more than mine, will rest the final success or failure of our course. Since this country was founded, each generation of Americans has been summoned to give testimony to its national loyalty. The graves of young Americans who answered the call to service surround the globe. Now the trumpet summons us again, not as a call to bear arms, the arms we need, not as a call to battle, though embattled we are, but a call to bear the burden of a long twilight struggle, year in and year out, rejoicing in hope, patient in tribulation, a struggle against the common enemies of man, tyranny, poverty, disease, and war itself. Can we forge against these enemies a grand and global alliance, north and south, east and west, that can assure a more fruitful life for all mankind? Will you join in that historic effort? In the long history of the world, only a few generations have been granted the role of defending freedom in its hour of maximum danger. I do not shrink from this responsibility. I welcome it. I do not believe that any of us would exchange places with any other people or any other generation. The energy, the faith, the devotion which we bring to this endeavor will light our country and all who serve it, and the glow from that fire can truly light the world. And so, my fellow Americans, Ask not what your country can do for you, what you can do for your country. My fellow citizens of the world, ask not what America will do for you, but what together we can do for the freedom of man. Finally, whether you are citizens of America or citizens of the world, ask of us here the same high standards of strength and sacrifice which we ask of you. With a good conscience, our only sure reward, and history the final judge of our deeds, let us go forth to lead the land we love, asking his blessing and his help, but knowing that here on earth, God's work must truly be our own. An excerpt from the inaugural address of John F. Kennedy.
An excerpt from A Tramp for the Lord by Corrie ten Boom. A fine message, Fraulein. How good it is to know that, as you say, all our sins are at the bottom of the sea. And I, who had spoken so glibly of forgiveness, fumbled in my pocketbook rather than take that hand. He would not remember me, of course. How could he remember one prisoner among those thousands of women? But I remembered him and the leather crop swinging from his belt. I was face to face with one of my captors, and my blood seemed to freeze. You mentioned Ravensbrück in your talk, he was saying. I was a guard there, but since that time, he went on, I have become a Christian. I know that God has forgiven me for the cruel things I did there, but I would like to hear it from your own lips as well. Fraulein, again the hand came out. Will you forgive me? And I stood there, I whose sins had again and again to be forgiven, and could not forgive. Betsy had died in that place. Could they erase her slow, terrible death simply for the asking? The soldier stood there expectantly, waiting for Corrie to shake his hand. I wrestled with the most difficult thing I ever had to do, for I had to do it. I knew that. The message that God forgives has a prior condition, that we forgive those who have injured us. Standing there before the former SS man, Corrie remembered that forgiveness is an act of will, not an emotion. Jesus, help me, she prayed. I can lift my hand. I can do that much. You supply the feeling. Corrie thrust out her hand, and as she did, an incredible thing took place. The current started in my shoulder, raced down my arm, and sprang into our joined hands. And then this healing warmth seemed to flood my whole being, bringing tears to my eyes. I forgive you, brother, I cried, with all my heart. For a long moment, we grasped each other's hands, the former guard and the former prisoner. I had never known God's love so intensely as I did then, but even so, I realized it was not my love. I had tried and did not have the power. It was the power of the Holy Spirit. An excerpt from A Tramp for the Lord by Corrie ten Boom.
Proverbs chapter 4, verses 1 through 13, New King James Version. Hear ye, children, the instructions of a father, and attend to know understanding. For I give you a good doctrine, forsake ye not my law. For I was my father's son, tender and only beloved in the sight of my mother. He taught me also, and said unto me, Let thine heart retrain thy words, keep my commandments and live. Get wisdom, get understanding. Forget it not, neither decline from the words of my mouth. Forsake her not, and she shall preserve thee. Love her, and she shall keep thee. Wisdom is the principal thing. Therefore get wisdom, and with all thy gettings get understanding. Exalt her, and she shall promote thee. She shall bring thee to honor when thou embrace her. She shall give to thine head an ornament of grace, a crown of glory she shall deliver to thee. Hear, O my son, and receive my sayings, and the years of thy life shall be many. For I have taught thee in the way of wisdom, and I have led thee in right paths. When thou goest, thou shalt not stumble. When thou goest, thy steps shall not be strained, and when thou runnest, thou shalt not stumble. Take fast hold of instructions, let her not go, keep her, for she is thy life. Proverbs chapter 4, verses 1 through 13, New King James Version.
Matthew, and then Judah.
I wandered lonely as a cloud, by Henry Wordsworth. I wandered lonely as a cloud that floats on high over vales and hills, when all at once I saw a crowd, a host of golden daffodils, beside the lake, beneath the trees, fluttering and dancing in the breeze. Continuously as the stars that shine and twinkle on the Milky Way, they stretched in a never-ending line along the margin of a bay. The waves beside them danced, but they outdid the sparkling waves in glee. A poet could not but be gay in such a jocund company. I gazed and gazed with little thought what wealth to me the show had brought. For oft on when my couch I lie, in vacant or pensive mood, they flash upon that inward eye which is the bliss of solitude. And then with pleasure my heart fills and dances with the daffodils. I wandered lonely as a cloud, by Henry Wordsworth Longfellow.
Judah?
The Warrior Maid by Anna Hempstead Branch. They bade me to my spinning because I was a maid, but down into the battle I marshaled, unafraid. Brightly against the sunbeams I shook the flaming lance, then out I swept to gather with red and royal dance. The war was stately in me, and in my heart was pride. Fierce moods like neighing horses most terribly did ride. Deep as a sea of scarlet, I saw the banners roll, and then the great war terror laid hold upon my soul. I laughed aloud to feel it, and royally did cheer. I strode amid my tremblings, and did not fear to fear. A warrior rode against me. I laid him to his rest. I could not stop to gather the bright sword from his breast. But on I drove in splendor, I that was but a maid, with piercing calls of triumph, and I was not afraid. But once, beneath my charging, a face shone up below, dead in the bloody furrow, a stranger, white as snow. The foe rode close behind me. I lost the day for this. I sprang from off my stallion, and left on him a kiss. The sword that pierced his bosom with jeweled splendor shone. I snatched it from him bleeding, and lo, it was my own. The spears lay thick around me when I leapt forth again, but jubilant they found me to face 1,000 men. Bright voice was my laughter, I that was but a maid, and with a sharp give bound me, then I was not afraid. Ah, hast thou lived, my warriors, among the glorious ones. I had borne thee savage daughters and beautiful, fierce sons. The Warrior Maid by Anna Hempstead Branch.
10 minutes. We're still 4 minutes behind. So we'll start back at 44. And 7th, 8th, and 9th. 7th, 8th, and 9th, if you would, 7th, 8th, and 9th, if you gather where these students are, welcome to the area. About 10 minutes before you started. And we'll long enough? Make it. All right, well, again, let's stand and pray and ask the Lord to bless these students. Father, we thank you again for your kindness and bringing us together, for the students' work and diligence in these poems and recitations. Bless them as they recite, that you give them a good memory and calm their nerves. And we ask that you bless this whole next hour as we proceed for Christ's sake. Amen.
Amen.
All right, just a quick reminder for these. Mr. Wilkins will call the first speaker, and then who's going to come behind should sit right up here so that it doesn't take you long to get down. So he'll put you on deck. Otherwise, ready to go? Just another reminder, too, please don't go out during a speech. If you need to use the restroom or leave for a minute, please wait till after the speech is completed to go in or out. Thanks.
Sylvie, and then after Isaac Seacrunch.
Psalm 139, 1 through 12, New King James Version. O Lord, you have searched me and known me. You know my sitting down and my rising up. You understand my thought afar off. You comprehend my path and my lying down, and are acquainted with all my ways. For there is not a word on my tongue, but behold, O Lord, you know it altogether. You have hedged me behind and before, and laid your hand upon me. Such knowledge is too wonderful for me. It is high, I cannot attain it. So where can I go from your spirit? Or where can I flee from your presence? If I ascend into heaven, you are there. If I make my bed in hell, behold, you are there. If I take the wings of the morning and dwell in the uttermost parts of the sea, even then your hand shall lead me, and your right hand shall hold me. If I say, surely the darkness shall fall on me, even the night shall be light about me. Indeed, the darkness shall not hide from you, but the night shines as the day, and the darkness and the light are both alike to you. Psalm 139, 1 through 12, New King James Version.
Isaac, and then Annabelle Holloway.
John Barleycorn, a ballad by Robert Burns. There was 3 kings into the east, 3 kings both great and high, and they had sworn a solemn oath, John Barleycorn should die. They took a plow and plowed him down, put clods upon his head, and they had sworn a solemn oath, John Barleycorn was dead. But the cheerful spring came kindly on, and showers began to fall. John Barleycorn got up again, and sore surprised them all. The sultry suns of summer came, and he grew thick and strong. His head wheel armed with pointed spears, that no one should him wrong. And the sober autumn entered mild, and he grew wan and pale. His bending joints and drooping head showed he began to fail. His color sickened more and more. He faded into age. And then his enemies began to show. There did they rage. They've ta'en a weapon long and sharp, and cut him by the knee, then tied him fast upon a cart, like a rogue for forgery. They laid him down upon his back and cudgeled him full sore, then hung him up before the storm and turned him o'er and o'er. They laid him out upon the floor to work him farther woe, and still as signs of life appeared, they tossed him to and fro. They filled up a darksome pit with water to the brim. They heaved in John Barleycorn, there let him sink or swim. They wasted o'er a scorching flame the marrow of his bones, but the miller used him worst of all, for he crushed him between 2 stones. and they have ta'en his very heart's blood, and drank it round and round. And still the more and more they drank, their joy did more abound. John Barleycorn was a hero, bold, of noble enterprise. For if you do but drink his blood, 'twill make your courage rise. 'Twill make a man forget his woe, 'twill heighten all his joy. 'Twill make the widow's heart to sing, though the tear were in her eye. Then let us toast John Barleycorn, each man a glass in hand, and may his great prosperity ne'er fail in old Scotland. John Barleycorn, a ballad by Robert Burns.
Followed by Sarah.
Curious, mystical, wondrous time. Author unknown. Time, curious time, like grains of sugar falling from clouds and melting away into a puddle of gray. We never get back the seconds, the minutes we desperately crave, anything to save them. Tendrils of time grow like roots in our minds as we grasp into the wrinkles of the past to bring life to the memories we want to last. Time, mystical time, a warped illusion. Following ends on a clock, the cycle of 24 hours. The ticking never stops. Our ancestors followed the celestial tango of the sun and moon in the sky. No countdowns, no calendars, no rules to abide by. Time, wondrous time. It is the rhythm of our lives, the bass, the beat, the melody. Without it, we would have no sense of polarity. Time captures human life in all its pain and glory. It provides us with the chapters and structures to our story. Curious, mystical, wondrous time. Author unknown.
Sarah, followed by Patrick.
An excerpt from The Silver Chair by C.S. Lewis. If you are thirsty, you may drink. They were the first words she had heard since Scrub had spoken to her on the edge of the cliff. For a second she stared here and there, wondering who had spoken. Then the voice said again, if you are thirsty, come and drink. And of course she remembered what Scrub had said about animals talking in that other world, and realized that it was the lion speaking. Anyway, she had seen it so smooth this time, and its voice was not like a man's. It was deeper, wilder, and stronger, a sort of heavy, golden voice. It did not make her any less frightened than she had been before, but frightened in rather a different sort of way. Are you not thirsty? Said the lion. I am dying of thirst, said Jill. Then drink, said the lion. May I? Could I? Would you mind going away while I do? Said Jill. The lion answered this only with a look and a very low growl. And as Jill gazed at its motionless bulk, she realized that she may as well have asked the whole mountain to move aside for her convenience. The delicious, rippling noise of the stream was driving her nearly frantic. Do you promise not to do anything to me, if I do come? Said Jill. I make no promise, said the lion. Jill was getting so thirsty now that, without noticing it, she had come a step nearer. Do you eat girls? Said Jill.
I have swallowed up girls and boys, women and men, kings and emperors, cities and realms, said the lion. It did not say it as if it were boasting, nor as if it were sorry, nor as if it were angry, just said it. I daren't come and drink, said Jill. Then you will die of thirst, said the lion. Oh dear, said Jill, coming another step nearer. I suppose I must go look for another stream then. There is no other stream, said the lion. It never occurred to Jill to disbelieve the lion. No one who had ever seen its turned face could do that. And suddenly, her mind made itself up. It was the worst thing she had ever had to do, but she went forward to the stream, knelt down, and began scooping up water in her hand. It was the coldest, most refreshing water she had ever tasted. You needn't drink much of it, for it quenched your thirst at once. Before she tasted it, she had been intending to make a dash away from the lion the moment she finished. Now she realized that this would be, on the whole, the most dangerous thing of all. She got up and stood there, with her lips still wet from drinking. An excerpt from The Silver Chair by C.S. Lewis.
The Pert Chicken by Marion Douglas. There once was a pretty chicken, but whose friends were very few, for he thought that there was nothing in the world but what he knew. So he always, in the farmyard, had a very forward way of telling all the hens and turkeys what they ought to say. Miss Goose, he said, I wonder your goslings you should let go paddling in the water. It will kill them to get wet. I wish, my old Aunt Dorking, he began to her one day, that you wouldn't sit all summer in your nest upon the hay. Won't you come out into the meadow where grass with seeds is filled? If I should, said Miss Dorking, then my eggs would get all chilled. No, they wouldn't, replied the chicken, and no matter if they do, for eggs are really good for nothing. What's an egg to me or you? What's an egg? Said Miss Dorking. Can it be you do not know? You yourself were in an eggshell just 1 little month ago, and if kind wings had not warmed you, you would not be out today, telling all the hens, geese, and turkeys what they ought to do and say. To be very wise and to show it is a pleasant thing, no doubt, but when young folk talk to old folk, they should know what they're about. The Pert Chicken by Marion Douglas.
Molly, followed by Zephyr.
An excerpt from The Hiding Place by Corrie ten Boom. It was at a church service in Munich that I saw him, former SS man, who had stood guard at the shower room door in the processing center at Ravensbrück. He was the first of our actual jailers that I had seen since that time. And suddenly, it was all there. The room full of mocking men, the heaps of clothing, Betsy's pain-blanched face. He came up to me as the church was emptying, beaming, bowing. How grateful I am for your message, Fräulein, he said. To think that, as you say, he has washed my sins away. His hand was thrust out to shake mine, and I, who had preached so often to the people of Beaumondal, the need to forgive, kept my hand at my side. Even as angry and vengeful thoughts boiled through me, I realized the sin of them. Jesus Christ had died for this man. Was I going to ask for more? Jesus, Lord, I prayed, forgive me and help me to forgive him. As I I could not forgive him. Again, I breathed a silent prayer. Jesus, I cannot forgive him. Give your forgiveness. As I took his hand, the most incredible thing happened. From my shoulder, along my arm, and through my hand, a current seemed to pass from me to him, while into my heart sprang love for this stranger that almost overwhelmed me. And so I discovered that it is not on our forgiveness, any more than on our goodness, that the world's healing hinges, but on his. When he gives us the command to love our enemies, he gives along with the command the love itself. An excerpt from The Hiding Place by Corrington Boom.
Psalm 30, New King James Version. I will extol you, O Lord, for you have lifted me up, and you have not let my foes rejoice over me. O Lord my God, I cried out to you, and you healed me. You have lifted my soul from the grave. You have kept me alive, that I shall not fall down to the pit. O sing praises to the Lord, you saints of his, and give thanks to the remembrance of his holy name. For his anger is but for a moment, his favor is for life. Weeping may endure for a night, but joy will come in the morning. And now in my prosperity I said, I shall not be moved. O Lord, by your favor you have made my mountain stand strong. You hid your face, and I was troubled. I cried out to you, O Lord, and to the Lord I made supplication. What profit is there in my blood, when I shall go down to the pit? Will the dust praise you? Will it declare your truth? Hear, O Lord, have mercy on me. Lord, be my helper. You have made my mountain stand... Lord, be my helper. You have turned my mourning into dancing. You have turned my mourning into dancing. You have put off my sackcloth and clothed me in gladness, to the end that my glory may sing praises to you forever and not be silent. O Lord my God, I will give thanks to you forever. Psalm 30, New King James Version.
An excerpt from The Telltale Heart by Edgar Allan Poe. When I made an end of these labors, it was 4:00, still dark as midnight. As the bell sounded the hour, there came a knocking at the street door. I went down to open it with a light heart, for what had I now to fear? There entered 3 gentlemen who introduced themselves with perfect suavity as officers of the police. A shriek had been heard by a neighbor during the night. Suspicion of foul play had been aroused. Information had been lodged at the police office, and they, the officers, had been deputed to search the premise. I smiled, for what had I to fear? I bade the gentleman welcome. The shriek, I said, was my own in a dream. The old man I mentioned was absent in the country. I took my visitors all over the house. I bade them search well. I led them at length to his chamber. I showed them his treasures, secure, undisturbed. In the enthusiasm of my confidence, I brought chairs into the room and desired them here to rest from their fatigues, while I myself, in the wild audacity of my perfect triumph, placed my own seat upon the very spot beneath which reposed the corpse of the victim. The officers were satisfied. My manner had convinced them. I was singularly at ease. They sat, and while I answered cheerily, they chatted of familiar things. But ere long, I felt myself growing pale and wished them gone. My head ached, and I fancied a ringing in my ears. But still the men sat and still chatted. The ringing became more distinct, continued, became more distinct. I talked more freely to get rid of the feeling, but it continued and gained definitiveness, till at length I found that the noise was not within my ears. No doubt, I grew very pale, but I talked more fluently and with a heightened voice, yet the sound increased. And what could I do? It was a low, dull, quick sound. much such a sound as a watch makes when enveloped in cotton. I gasped for breath, yet the officers heard it not. I talked more quickly, more vehemently, yet the noise increased. I rose and argued about trifles in a high key and with violent gesticulations, yet the sound increased. I paced the floor to and fro with heavy strides, as if excited to fury by the observation of the men, yet the noise steadily increased. Oh God, what could I do? I foamed, I raved, I swore, I swung the chair upon which I had been sitting and grated it upon the boards. Yet the noise rose over all. It continued, grew louder, 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 but still the men chatted pleasantly and smiled. Was it possible they heard not? Almighty God, no, they heard. They suspected. They knew. They were making a mockery of my horror. This I thought, and this I think. But anything was better than this agony. Anything more tolerable than this derision. I could bear those hypocritical smiles no longer. I felt that I must scream or die. And now, again, hark, louder, louder, louder. Villains, I shrieked, dissemble no more. I admit the deed. Tear up the planks. Here, it is the beating of his hideous heart. An excerpt from The Telltale Heart by Edgar Allan Poe.
Adam, followed by Carson.
From As You Like It, Act 2, Scene 7, by William Shakespeare. All of the world is a stage, and the men and the women are merely players. They have their exits and their entrances, and one man in this time plays many parts, his acts being 7 ages. At first, the infant, still mewling and puking in its nurse's arms. And then, the whining schoolboy, with his satchel and shining morning face, creeping like a snail unwillingly to school. And then the lover, sighing like furnace, with a woeful ballad made to his mistress's eyebrow. Then a soldier, bearded like the pard, jealous in honor, sudden and quick in quarrel, seeking the bubble reputation even in the cannon's mouth. Then a justice, with eyes severe and beard of formal cut, full of wise saws and modern instances, and so he plays his part. The 6th age shifts into the lean and slippered pantaloon, with spectacles on nose and pouch on side. With his big, manly voice, he switches now and again toward childish troubles. The last scene of all that ends this strange, eventful story is second childishness and mere oblivion. Sans teeth, sans eyes, sans taste, sans everything. From As You Like It, Act 2, Scene 7, by William Shakespeare.
Carson, followed by Spencer.
Citizenship in a Republic, an excerpt from Teddy Roosevelt's speech at the Sorbonne. If a man's efficiency is not guided and regulated by a moral sense, then the more efficient he is, the worse he is, the more dangerous he is to the body politic. Courage, intellect, all the masterful qualities, serve but to make a man more evil if merely used for that man's own personal gain. But with brutal indifference to the rights of others. It's this type of man that starts wars, this type of man that will leave a country just for his own gain, whether that gain be little, whether that gain be large. This man is a menace, a danger to all. An excerpt from Teddy Roosevelt's speech at the Sorbonne.
Spencer, followed by Ian.
Oh, yeah. The Appeal of June 18th by Charles de Gaulle. But has the last word been said? Must hope disappear? Is defeat final? No. Believe me, I, who am speaking to you with full knowledge of the facts, and who tell you that nothing is lost for France. The same means that overcame us can bring us victory one day. For France is not alone. She is not alone. She has a vast empire behind her. She can align with the British Empire, who holds the sea and continues the fight. She can, like England, use without limit the immense industry of the United States. This war is not limited to the unfortunate territory of our country. This war is not over as a result of the Battle of France. This war is a worldwide war. All the mistakes, all the delays, all the sufferings do not alter the fact that in the world there are full means necessary to vanquish our enemy. Overcome today by mechanical force, and one day in the future we shall overcome with a superior mechanical force. The destiny of the world is here. I, General de Gaulle, currently in London, invite all officers and French soldiers who are located in British territory or who would come here. I invite the engineers and the special workers of armament who are located in British territory or are willing to come into contact with me. The flame of the French resistance must not be extinguished and will not be extinguished. An excerpt from the Appeal of June 18th by Charles de Gaulle.
An excerpt from Brer Fox and the Goobers, adapted by Marion Palmer from the original Uncle Remus stories by Joel Chandler Harris. Early the next morning, while Brer Fox was still asleep, sure enough, along come Brer Rabbit with a sack slung over his shoulder to fill up with goobers. He tiptoed to the fence and started to crawl through the hole. Pah! The loop knot catch him just behind his little front paws. Whoop! Up flew the tree branch, and there was Brer Rabbit dangling high up in the air, twixt the heavens and the earth. And there he swung. First he feared he going to fall. Then he feared he wasn't going to fall. He yank and pull and heave and haul, but it ain't no use. This time he know Brer Fox got him catched. Whilst he was swinging up there, figuring a way to get loose, he heard someone tromping down the road. Presently, along come Brer Bear. Now Brer Rabbit begins to feel better. "Howdy, Brer Bear," he sing out. Brer Bear turned around. Huh? Then he sees Brer Rabbit dangling down from the tree on the rope. "Hey, little Brer Rabbit, what you doing up there?" "Who? Me? Oh, I was just working on a job." "Working on a job?" Brer Bear scratched his head. "What sort of work is there to do up there in the air?" "Scarecrow work. I was keeping the crows off of Brer Fox's goober patch down there below." Brer Rabbit smiled and swayed backwards and forwards, humming to himself. "Brer Fox is paying me lots of money for this work, Brer Bear." "Lots of money? How much is he paying you?" $1 a minute. Brer Bear just stared at Brer Rabbit with his mouth wide open and his tongue hanging out. "Did you ever make $1 a minute, Brer Bear?" "No, Brer Rabbit, never." "Well, wouldn't you like to make $1 a minute?" Brer Rabbit stared at Brer Rabbit dangling. Brer Bear stared at Brer Rabbit dangling down from the tree on the rope, and he sort of back away. "No, thank you, Brer Rabbit. I don't know nothing about that scarecrow work." "It's easy work, Brer Bear. There's nothing to it. All you got to do is just do nothing. And all the times you're doing it, the dollars is just piling up. Big, round, silver dollars." No, dem's your silver dollars, Brer Bear. Brer Rabbit. But I got so many of 'em, Brer Bear. My chimbley corner's just all naturally stuffed up with them. Is your chimbley corner stuffed up with big silver dollars, Brer Bear? Oh, no, 'tain't stuffed at all. Then how you gonna buy your family their Christmas presents? Ain't you gonna have no turkey? Ain't you gonna have no mince pie? I ain't thought of that yet, Brer Rabbit. But you ought to think about it. Oh, Brer Bear, you need to make some money quick. I gotta give you this here scarecrow job this very minute. That's mighty kind of you, Brer Rabbit. You sure is right. I ought to make some money quick. Now, Brer Rabbit, Brer can't wait to get up there in the air to take Brer Rabbit's place. Brer Rabbit showed Brer Bear how to bend down the tree branch, and it wasn't long before Brer Bear was swinging up there on the end of the rope, and Brer Rabbit was sitting safe and sound on the fence. An excerpt from Brer Fox and the Goobers, adapted by Marion Palmer from the original Uncle Remus stories by Joel Chandler Harris.
Hayes, followed by Savannah.
Job 38, 1 through 15, New King James Version. Then the Lord answered Job out of a whirlwind and said, Who is this who darkens counsel by words without knowledge? Now prepare yourself like a man, and I will question you, and you will answer me. Where were you when I laid the foundations of the earth? Tell me if you have understanding. Who determines its measurements? Surely you know. Or who stretched the line upon it? To what were its foundations fashioned? Or who laid its cornerstone when the morning stars sang together and all the sons of God shouted for joy? Or who shut in the sea with doors when it burst forth and issued from the womb? When I made clouds its garments and thick darkness its swaddling band, and prescribed its limits and set for it bars and doors, and said, This far you may come, and no further, and here your proud waves must stop. Have you commanded the morning since your days began, or caused the dawn to know its place, that it may take hold to the corners of the earth, and the wicked be shaken from it? For it takes form like clay under a seal, and stands out like a garment. From the wicked their light is withheld, and their upraised arm is broken. Job 38, 1-15, New King James Version.
Savannah, followed by Eli.
An excerpt from The Hiding Place by Corrie ten Boom. Suddenly, I sat up, striking my head on the cross that's above. Something had pinched my leg. Fleas! I cried out. Betsy, the place is swarming with them. We scrambled across the intervening platforms, heads low to avoid another bump, dropped down to the aisle, and edged our way to a patch of light. Here, and here another one, I wailed. Oh, Betsy, how could we live in such a place? Show us. Oh, show us how. It was said so matter-of-factly that it took me a second to realize that she was praying. More and more, the distinction between prayer and the rest of life was vanishing for Betsy. That's it. That's his answer. Before we ask, as he always does, in the Bible this morning, where was it? Read that part again. I glanced down the long, dim aisle to make sure there was no guard in sight. Then I drew the Bible from its pouch. We were on our third complete new reading of the New Testament since leaving Scheveningen. Here it is. Comfort the frightened, help the weak, be patient with everyone. See that none of you repays evil for evil, but seek to do good to one another and to all. It seemed written expressively to Ravensbrück.
Go on, said Betsy. That wasn't all. Oh, yes, to one another and to all. Rejoice always, pray constantly, and give thanks in all circumstances, for this is the will of God in Christ Jesus. That's it. That's what we can do. We can start right now to thank him for every single thing about these new barracks. I stared at her, then around me at the dark, foul-aired room. Such as, I said, such as being assigned here together? I bit my lip. Oh, yes, Lord Jesus. Such as what you're holding in your hands? Oh, yes, thank you, dear Lord, that there was no inspection when we entered here. Thank you for all the women here in this very room. Since we're so packed, many more will hear. She looked at me expectingly. Corey, she pouted. Oh, all right. Thank you for the jammed, crammed, stuffed, packed, suffocating crowds. Yes, said Betsy. Thank you for the fleas and for the fleas. This was too much. Betsy, not even God can make me grateful for a flea. Give thanks in all circumstances, she quoted. It doesn't just say in pleasant circumstances. Fleas are part of the place where God has put us. And so we stood in between pyres of bunks and gave thanks for fleas. But this time, I was sure Betsy was wrong. An excerpt from The Hiding Place by Corey ten Boom.
Eli, followed by Tirza.
The Quitter by Robert Service. When you're lost in the wild and you're scared as a child and death looks you bang in the eye and you're sore as a boil, it's, according to Hoyle, to cock your revolver and die. But the code of a man says, fight all you can, and self-dissolution is barred. In hunger and woe, oh, it's easy to blow. It's the hell served for breakfast that's hard. You're sick of the game. Well, now, that's a shame. You're young, and you're brave, and you're bright. And you've had a raw deal, I know. But don't squeal. Buck up. Do your damnedest and fight. It's the plugging away that will win you the day. So don't be a piker, old pard. Just draw on your grit. It's so easy to quit. It's the keeping your chin up that's hard. It's easy to cry that you're beaten and die. It's easy to crawfish and crawl. But to fight, and to fight when hope's out of sight, why, that's the best game of them all. And though you come out of each grueling bout, all broken and beaten and scarred, just have one more try. It's dead easy to die. It's the keeping on living that's hard. The Quitter by Robert Service.
Tirza, followed by Charlotte.
An excerpt from On the Edge of the Dark Sea of Darkness by Andrew Peterson. Janner Igby lay asleep in his bed with his eyes shut tight, listening to the dreadful sound of the black carriage rattling along in the moonlight. His younger brother Tink was asleep in the bunk above him, and he could tell from his little sister Lily's breathing that she was asleep too. Janner dared to open his eyes and saw the moon, as white as a skull, grinning down on him from the window. As hard as he tried not to think about it, the nursery rhyme that had terrified children in the land of Scree for years sang in his head, and he lay there in the pale moonlight, his lips barely moving. Low beyond the river Blap, the carriage comes, the carriage black, by shadowed steed with shadow tack, and shadowed driver driving. Child, pray the Maker let you sleep when comes the carriage down your street, lest all your dreams be dreams of teeth in carriages arriving. To rest you from your birth and bower, in deepest night and darkest hour, across the sea to frozen tower, where Nag the nameless pounds you. At Castle Throg, across the span, a world away from kith and clan, you'll weep at how your woes began, the night the shadows bound you. Away beyond the river Blap, the carriage comes, the carriage black, by shadowed steed with shadowed tack, the night the carriage found you. It's no wonder Janner had a hard time sleeping once he heard the faint thud of hoofs and the jangle of chains. He could see in his mind the forms of the crows circling the carriage and perched atop it, hear the croaking beaks and the flapping of black wings. He told himself that the sounds were only his imagination, but he knew that somewhere in the countryside that very night the black carriage would stop at some poor soul's house, and the children there would be taken away, never to be seen again. Only last week he had overheard his mother crying about the taking of a girl from Torborough. Sarah Cobbler was the same age as Janner, and he remembered meeting her once when her family had passed through Glipwood. But now she was gone forever. One night she lay in bed just as he was now. She had probably kissed her parents good night and said a prayer, and the black carriage had come for her. Had she been awake, did she hear the snort of black horses outside her window or see the steam rising from their nostrils? Did the fangs of Dang tie her up? Had she struggled when they put her into the carriage as if she were being fed into the mouth of a monster? Whatever she had done, it had been useless. She had been ripped away from her family, and that was the end of it. There was nothing to be done about it but to hope the black carriage kept moving when it rattled down your lane. The rattles and clinks and hoofbeats echoed through the night. Was the black carriage getting closer? Would it make the turn up the lane to the Igby cottage? Janner prayed to the Maker that it would not. Nugget, Lily's dog, perked his head up at the foot of her bed and growled at the night beyond the window. Janner saw a crow alight on a bony branch outlined by the moon. The crow turned its head and seemed to peer into Janner's window, sneering at the boy whose wide eyes reflected the moonlight. Janner lay there in terror, wishing he could sink deeper into his bed where the bird's black eyes couldn't see him. But the bird flapped away. The moon clouded over, and the thump-thump of hoofbeats and the creak rattle of the carriage faded, finally into silence. Janner realized he had been holding his breath, and he let it out slowly. He heard Nugget's tail thump against the wall and felt much less alone, knowing the little dog was awake with him. Soon he was fast asleep, dreaming troubled dreams. An excerpt from On the Edge of the Dark Sea of Darkness by Andrew Peterson.
Charlotte, followed by Tallis.
Seasons by Becky Hemsley. We all have an autumn, a time to let go of things that are no longer helping us grow, a time to reveal all the colors we cover with sunshine and light in the midst of our summer, a time when our souls and our spirits prepare to return to their roots and lay themselves bare. And as all our petals and leaves begin falling, our breath becomes colder, the nights start to draw in. We realize our winter is heading this way, with cold that assumes control over all our days, with dark that's determined to not let us win, to fight with the light hibernating within. And I know that it's tough, it's exhausting and hard to rally your spirit and soul from the dark, but there'll come a day when your petals return, your days become warmer, the darkness adjourns. So right now you feel like your winter won't leave, there's ice getting caught in your throat as you breathe. But when it feels so bleak, hang in there, remember, we all have a spring. Seasons by Becky Hemsley.
Tallis, and then Marley.
Satan Tempting Eve, a selection from Paradise Lost by John Milton. O sacred wise and wisdom-giving plant, mother of science, now I feel thy power within me clear, not only to discern things in their causes, but to trace the way of highest agents, deemed however wise. Queen of this universe, do not believe those rigid threats of death. Ye shall not die. How should you? By the fruit? It gives you life to knowledge. By the threatener? Look on me who have touched and tasted, yet both live, and life more perfect have attained than fate meant me by venturing higher than my lot. And shall that be shut to man which to the beast is open? Or will God incense his ire for such a petty trespass, and not praise rather your dauntless virtue, whom the pain of death denounced? Whatever thing death be, deterred not from achieving what might lead to a happier life, knowledge of good and evil. Of good, how just? Of evil, if evil be real. Why not known, since easier shunned? God, therefore, cannot hurt ye, and be just. Not just, not God, not feared then, nor obeyed. Your fear itself of death removes the fear. Why then was this forbid? Why but to all? Why but to keep ye low and ignorant, his worshippers? He knows that in the day ye eat thereof, your eyes that seem so perfect, but yet are dim, shall be opened and cleared, and ye shall be as gods, knowing both good and evil, as they know. Satan Tempting Eve, a selection from Paradise Lost by John Milton.
The Village Blacksmith by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow. Under the spreading chestnut tree, the village smithy stands. The smith, a mighty man is he, with large and sinewy hands, and the muscles of his brawning arms are strong as iron bands. His hair is crisp and black and long, his face is like the tan. His brow is wet with honest sweat, for he earns whatever he can, and looks the whole world in the face, for he owns not any man. Week in, week out, from morn till night, you can hear his bellows blow, you can hear him swing his heavy sledge with measured beat and blow, like a sexton ringing the village bell when the evening sun is low. And the children, coming home from school, look in at the open door. They love to see the flaming forge and hear the bellows roar, and catch the burning sparks that fly like a chaff from a threshing floor. He goes on Sunday to the church and sits among his boys. He hears the parson pray and preach. He hears his daughter's voice singing in the village choir, and it makes his heart rejoice. It sounds to him like her mother's voice, singing in paradise. He needs must think of her much more, how in the grave she lies, and with his hard, rough hand, he wipes his tear out of his eyes. Toiling, rejoicing, sorrowing, onward through life he goes. Each morning sees some task begin, each evening sees it close. Something attempted, something done, has earned a night's repose. Thanks to thee, my worthy friend, for the lesson thou hast taught. Thus at the flaming forge of life, our fortunes must be wrought. Thus at the sounding anvil shaped, each burning deed and thought. The Village Blacksmith by Henry Wadsworth Longfellow.
An excerpt from Beowulf, author unknown. Hildebert had little cause to credit the Jutes, Son and brother, she had lost them both on the battlefield. She, bereft and blameless, they, spear-gored, foredoomed, and cut down. She, the woman in shock, waylaid by grief. How could she not lament her fate when morning came and light broke on her murdered dears? And so, farewell delight on earth. War carried away Finn's troop of thanes, all but one. How could then Finn fight on or hold a line to the end with Hengist? How save the rump of his force from that enemy chief? As it follows, first, separate quarters to be cleared out for the Danes. Hall and thrones should be shared with the Frisians, and second, every day, the dole out of gifts. Finn, son of Falkwald, should honor the Danes and bestow with an even hand to Hengist and Hengist's men the wrought-out gold rings, bounty to match the measure he gave to his own Frisians in the Beer High Hall. And so, both sides sealed their agreement, and oaths were made to Hengist. Then, Finn openly and solemnly swore that the battle survivors would be guaranteed honor and status, no infringement, no provocation, by word or deed. Their own ring-giver, after all, was dead and gone. They were leaderless and enforced allegiance to his murderer. So if any Frisians stirred up bad blood with insinuations or taunts about this, the blade of the sword would arbitrate it. The funeral pyre was then prepared, and the pride and prince of the Shieldings lay, awaiting the flame. The pyre was heaped with boar-shaped helmets, forged in gold, with gashed corpses of well-born Danes. Many had fallen. Then Hildebert ordered her own son's body to be burnt with Hnefs, to sputter and blaze with his uncle's. The women waited and sang keens. The warrior went up and fumed, carcass aflame, fumed and swirled. They stood around the burial, howled, moaned and howled at the heads melting. An excerpt from Beowulf, author unknown.
Henry, followed by Parker.
1 Corinthians 8, English Standard Version. Now concerning food offered to idols, we know that all of us possess knowledge. This knowledge builds up. This knowledge puffs up, but love builds up. If anyone imagines that he knows something, he does not yet know as he ought to know. If anyone loves God, he is known by God. Therefore, as to the eating of food offered to idols, we know that an idol has no real existence, and that there is no God but one. Although there may be many so-called gods on heaven or on earth, as indeed there are many gods and many lords, but for us there's only one God, the Father, from whom are all things and for whom we exist, and the one Lord Jesus Christ, through whom are all things and through whom we exist. However, not all possess this knowledge, but some, through former association with idols, eat food as really offered to idols, and their conscience, being weak, is defiled. Food does not commend us to God. We are no worse off if we do not eat, and no better off if we do. But take care that this right of yours does not somehow become a stumbling block for the weak. For if someone sees you who have knowledge eating in an idol's temple, will he not be encouraged to eat food offered to idols? And his conscience being, and so by your knowledge you destroy this person, the brother for whom Christ died. Therefore, if food causes my brother to stumble, I will never eat meat, lest I make my brother stumble. 1 Corinthians 8, English Standard Version.
An excerpt from Inferno by Dante. I am the way into the doleful city. I am the way into eternal grief. I am the way to a forsaken race. Justice it was that moved my great Creator. Divine omnipotence created me, and highest wisdom joined with primal love. Before me nothing but eternal things were made, and I shall last eternally. Abandon every hope, all you who enter. I saw these words spelled out in somber colors, inscribed along the ledge above a gate. Master, I said, these words I see are cruel. He answered me, speaking with experience. Now here you must leave all distrust behind. Let all your cowardice die on this spot. For we are at the place where earlier I said you might expect to see the suffering race of souls who have lost the good of intellect. Placing his hand on mine and smiling at me so that I was reassured, he led me into those mysteries. Now here there were sighs and cries and shrieks of lamentation, echoing all throughout the starless air of hell. At first these sounds resounding made me weep. Tongues confused, a language strained in anguish, shrill outcries and raucous groans joined with sounds of hands that raised up a whirling storm, turning itself forever through that air of endless black, like grains of sand swirling when a whirlwind blows. An excerpt from Inferno by Dante.
An excerpt from Boys of Blur by N.D. Wilson. He saw us, Cotton hissed. Charlie shook his head. He wasn't running this time, and he wasn't going to watch the rest alone. The man in the grave was still staring at the trees. And then wind swept over the fields and washed up through the tall grass around Charlie and Cotton, carrying a smell so foul that Charlie pressed his face down into his sleeve. Cotton began to gag. It smelled like gutted skunk, like rotten eggs and corpse and sewage, like the deep slime bottom of a swamp, collected decay unstirred for 1,000 years, then suddenly dredged up into the air. And it made Charlie angry. He suddenly hated Cotton for being faster than he was. He wanted to hit him. He wanted. The man leapt out of the grave and tossed away his shovel. He drew his ancient rusty sword and dropped into a crouch, turning in a slow circle. Bonsoir, cochon-sang, the man shouted. Begone, I do not fear pity demons. My feet of flesh are bare in God's garden. On the far side of the graveyard, a dark gray shape rose slowly behind the fence. The moonlight did little to it. The man with the sword faced it, straightening slowly. You cannot be having him, the man said, pointing his sword into the grave. I am Leo, O diable. Begone, or the grave ground curse you. Go back to your cage, Kote Mo Yo Ye. The shadow gripped the iron fence. Metal squealed and popped. The man with the sword faced it, raised his blade, and pointed straight at it. A panther screamed in Charlie's ear. Charlie yelled as the big cat sailed over him. Its tail snapped against his cheek. Then the cat was across the fence and among the graves. Another panther landed beside it. Both cats slid towards the shadow, hissing and spitting, fangs bare in the moonlight. The shadow released the fence and retreated into the darkness. The panthers launched after it, disappearing over the curve of the mound. The fence rocked quietly in the wind, bent inward where the shadow had been. The stench drifted away. An excerpt from Boys of Blur by N.D. Wilson.
What are we to make of Jesus Christ? By C.S. Lewis, an excerpt. What are we to make of Christ? This is a question which has, in a sense, a frantically comic side. For the real question is not what are we to make of him, but what is he to make of us? The picture of a fly sitting deciding on what it is going to make of an elephant has comic elements about it. But perhaps the questioner meant, what are we to make of him in the sense of how are we to solve the historical problem given to us by the recorded sayings and acts of this man? This problem is to reconcile two things. On one hand, clear, definite moral teaching. On the other, claims which, if not true, are those of a megalomaniac, compared with whom Hitler was the most sane and humble of men. There is no halfway house, and there is no parallel in any religion. If you had gone to Buddha and asked him, "Are you the son of Brahma?" he would have probably said, "My son, you are still in the veil of illusion." If you had gone to Socrates and asked, "Are you Zeus?" he would have laughed at you. And if you had gone to Muhammad and asked him, "Are you Allah?" he would have first rent his clothes and then cut your head off. If you had asked Confucius, "Are you heaven?" he would have probably replied, remarks of which are not in accordance with nature, are in bad taste. The idea of a great moral teacher saying what Christ said is out of the question. In my opinion, the only person who could have said these things is either God or a complete lunatic suffering from that form of delusion that undermines the whole mind of man. What are we to make of Christ? This is not a question of what we can make of him. It is entirely a question of what he intends to make of us. We must either accept or reject the story. What are we to make of Jesus Christ? By C.S. Lewis, an excerpt.
Megan, followed by Isaac.
An excerpt from Anne of Green Gables by L. M. Montgomery. There was a tang in the very air that led maidens tripping, unlike snails, swiftly and willingly to school. It was jolly to be back again in the little brown desk beside Diana, with Ruby Gillis nodding across the aisle, and Carrie Sloane passing up notes, and Julia Bell sending down a chew of gum from the back seat. Anne drew a long breath of happiness as she sharpened her pencil and arranged her picture cards in her desk. Life was certainly very interesting. In the new teacher, Anne found another helpful and true friend. She blossomed like a flower under this wholesome influence. Miss Stacy was a wholesome, sweet teacher, and she was a wholesome, sweet influence on Anne, and Anne blossomed like a flower under this influence, and carried home to the admiring Matthew and a critical Marilla stories of school with glowing characters. I just love Miss Stacy so much, Marilla. She's so sweet and ladylike, and she has such a kind voice. And when she says my name, I feel instinctively that she's spelling it with an E. We do daily exercises every day. And she says that they promote digestion and make you more graceful. "Promote fiddlesticks," said Marilla. who honestly thought it all nonsense. An excerpt from Anne of Green Gables by L. M. Montgomery.
Isaac, followed by Dawson.
An excerpt from Laws Concerning Food and Drink, Household Ordinances, Principles of the Father, by Ian Fraser. Of the beasts of the field, and the fish of the sea, and of all foods that are acceptable in my sight, you may eat, but not in the living room. Of the hoofed animals, broiled or ground into burgers, you may eat, but not in the living room. Of the cloven-hoofed animals, plain or with cheese, you may eat, but not in the living room. Of the cereal grains, of the corn, and of the wheat, and of the oat, and of all cereals that are of bright color and unknown provenance, you may eat, but not in the living room. Of the quiescently frozen desserts, and of all frozen after-meal treats, you may eat, but absolutely not in the living room. Of the juices and other beverages, yes, even those in sippy cups, you may drink, but not in the living room, neither may you carry such therein. Indeed, when you reach the place where the living room carpet begins, of any food or beverage there you may not eat, neither may you drink. But if you are sick and are lying down and watching something, then may you eat in the living room. Laws when at table. And if you are seated in your high chair, or in a chair such as a greater person might use, keep your legs and feet below you as they were. Neither raise up your knees, nor place your feet upon the table, for that is an abomination to me. Yes, even when you have an interesting bandage to show, your feet upon the table are an abomination, and worthy of rebuke. Drink your milk as it is given to you, and do not use upon it any utensil, nor fork, nor knife, nor spoon, for that is not what they are for. If you will dip your blocks in the milk and lick it off, then you will be sent away. When you have drunk, let the empty cup then remain upon the table, and do not bite it upon its edge, and by your teeth hold it up to your face, in order to make noises in it sounding like a duck, for you will be sent away. When you chew your food, keep your mouth closed until you have swallowed, and do not open it to show your brother or your sister what is within. I say to you, do not so, even if your brother or your sister has done the same to you. Eat your food only. Do not eat that which is not food. Neither seize the table between your jaws, nor use the raiment of the table to wipe your lips. I say again to you, do not touch it, but leave it as it is. And, though your stick of carrot does indeed resemble a marker, draw not with it upon the table, even and pretend. For we do not do that. That is why. And, though your pieces of broccoli are very like small trees, do not stand them upright to make a forest. For we do not do that. That is why. Sit just as I have told you, and do not lean to one side or to the other, nor slide down until you are nearly slid away. Heed me, for if you sit like that, your hair will go into the syrup. And behold, even as I have said, it has come to pass. Laws pertaining to dessert. For we judge between the plate that is clean and the plate that is unclean, saying first, if the plate is clean, then you shall have dessert. But if the unclean plate, the laws are these. If you have eaten most of your meat and 2 bites of peas, with each bite consisting of no less than 3 peas, or in total 6 peas, eaten where I can see, and you have eaten enough potatoes to fill 2 forks, both forks eaten where I can see, then you shall have dessert. But if you eat a lesser number of peas, and yet you eat the potatoes, still you shall not have dessert. And if you eat the peas, but leave the potatoes uneaten, you shall not have dessert. No, not even a small portion thereof. And if you try to deceive by moving the potatoes or the peas around with a fork, then it may appear that you have eaten what you have not. You will fall into iniquity, and I will know, and you shall have no dessert. An excerpt from Laws Concerning Food and Drink, Household Principles, Lamentations of the Father, by Ian Fraser.
Dawson, and then Emery.
An excerpt from On the Dark Sea of Darkness by Andrew Peterson. The old stories tell that when the first person woke up on the first morning in the world where this story takes place, he yawned, stretched, and said it the first thing he saw. Well, here we are. The man's name was Dwayne, and the first thing he saw was a rock. Next to the rock, though, was a woman named Gladys, who he would learn to get along with very well. In the many ages that followed, that first sentence was taught to children and their children's children and their children's parents' cousins, and so on, until, quite by accident, all living creatures referred to the world around them as Ariar. Ariar was divided by two main continents, with one main sea in the middle, called the Dark Sea of Darkness. The harsh land to the east of the sea came to be known as Dang in the fourth epoch, and has very little to do with this story, except for the great evil that came to exist there and waged a great war on pretty much everybody. That evil was a nameless evil, an evil whose name was Nag the Nameless. Nag ruled from high atop the Kildreds Mountains in the Castle Throg, and of all the things Nag despised the most in Ariar, he most hated the High King Ringfeather of the island of Anira. For some reason no one could guess, Nag and his wretched hordes marched westward to the island of Anira and gobbled it up, where fell the good king, his house, and his noble people. Unsatisfied, Nag built a fleet and bore westward across the Dark Sea of Darkness to the land of Scree. There he ravaged that wide land 9 long years before our adventure begins. An excerpt from On the Dark Sea of Darkness by Andrew Peterson.
Emery, and then Maggie.
An excerpt from Heidi by Joanna Spiri. Peter and Heidi went off merrily climbing up the elm. The last traces of clouds were swept from the sky, and it was now a wonderful deep blue. The mountain was covered with blue and yellow flowers. Their wide-open flower faces seemed to be laughing back at the sun, while everything shimmered and shone in the clear air. Heidi scampered this way and that, shouting for joy. Here it was a whole field of red primroses. There the place was blue with gentian. All around, tender yellow buttercups nodded in the sunlight. Beckoned everywhere by new and delightful sights, Heidi forgot the goats and even Peter as she gathered great handfuls of flowers and stuffed them into her apron. She intended to carry them home with her and put them in the hay in her loft to make her room look like a flower strewn elm. Poor Peter felt as if his eyes had to see everywhere. His round eyes were not used to moving very quickly, and he surely had enough to do that day. For the goats, like Heidi, ran in all directions, while Peter whistled and shouted and swung his rod to bring them together again and again. "Where are you now, Heidi?" he called out, almost angrily for Peter. "Here," she replied from somewhere and nowhere, for Peter could not see her.
Small Heidi sat nestled on the ground behind a mound covered in sweet-smelling wildflowers, which perfumed the air about them. Heidi had never breathed air so delicious. She took in great breaths, one after the other, and paid no attention to her guardian, Peter. An excerpt from Heidi by Joanna Spyri. An excerpt from The Scarlet Pimpernel by Imuska Orski. It was Degas and his men. Another 3 minutes, and they would be here. Another 3 minutes, and the awful thing would occur. The brave eagle would fall into the ferret's trap. She would have moved now and screamed, but she dared not. For while she heard the soldiers approaching, she was looking at Percy and watching his every movement. He was standing by the table, whereon the remnant of the supper, plates, glasses, spoons, salts, and pepper pots, were scattered pell-mell. His back was turned to Chauvelin, and he was still prattling along in his own affected and inane way. But from his pocket he had taken his snuff-box, and quickly and suddenly he emptied the contents of the pepper pot into it. Then he again turned with an inane laugh to Chauvelin. "Eh, did you speak, sir?" Chauvelin had been too intent on listening to the sounds of those fast-approaching footsteps to notice what his cunning adversary had been doing. He now pulled himself together, trying to look unconcerned in the very midst of his anticipated triumph. "No," he said presently. "That is, as you were saying, Sir Percy." "I was saying," said Blakeney, going up to Chauvelin by the fire, "that the Jew in Piccadilly had sold me better snuff this time than I had ever tasted. Would you honor me, Monsieur Lab?" He stood close to Chauvelin in his own careless, debonair way, holding out his snuff-box to his arch-enemy. Chauvelin, who, as he told Marguerite once, had seen a trick or two in his day, had never dreamed of this one. With one ear fixed on the sound of those fast-approaching footsteps, and one eye turned to the door where Degas and his men would presently appear, lulled into false security by the imprudent Englishman's airy manner, he never even remotely guessed the trick which was being played on him. He took a pinch of snuff. Only he, who has ever by accident sniffed vigorously a dose of pepper, can have the faintest conception of the hopeless condition in which such a sniff would reduce any human being. Chauvelin felt as if his head would burst. Sneeze after sneeze seemed nearly to choke him. He was blind, deaf, and dumb for the moment. And during that moment, Blakeney, quietly, without the slightest haste, took up his hat, took some money out of his pocket, which he left on the table, and then calmly stalked out of the room. An excerpt from The Scarlet Pimpernel by Imuska Orski.
Meredith,
How to Tell Wild Animals by Caroline Wells. If ever you should go by chance to jungles in the east, and there to you advance a large and tawny beast, if he roars at you as you're dying, you'll know it is the Asian lion. Or, if sometime in roaming round, a noble wild beast greets you with black stripes on yellow ground, just notice if he eats you. The simple rule may help you learn the Bengal tiger to discern. If strolling forth a beast you view, whose hide with spots is peppered, as soon as he has leapt on you, you'll know it is the leopard. 'Twill do no good to roar in pain, he'll only leap and leap again. If, when walking round your yard, you meet a creature there who hugs you very, very hard, be sure it is the bear. If you have any doubt, I guess, he'll give you just one more caress. The two distinguished beasts of prey, a novice you might nonplus. Crocodiles you always may tell from hyenas thus. Hyenas come with merry smiles, but if they weep, they're crocodiles. The true chameleon is small, a lizard sort of thing, hasn't any ears at all, and not a single wing. If there's nothing on the tree, 'tis the chameleon that you see. How to Tell Wild Animals by Caroline Wells.
Psalm 139, verses 1 through 12, New King James Version. O Lord, you have searched me and know me. You know my sitting down and my rising up. You understand my thoughts from afar. You comprehend my path and my knowledge. You comprehend my path and my knowledge and are acquainted with all of my ways. There is not a word on my tongue, but behold, O Lord, you know it altogether. You hedge me behind and before, and lay your hand upon me. Such knowledge is too wonderful for me. It is high, I cannot attain it. Where can I go from your spirit, or where can I flee from your presence? If I ascend into heaven, you are there. If I make my bed in hell, you are there. If I take the wings of the morning and dwell in the utmost parts of the sea, even there your hand shall lead me, and your right hand shall hold me. If I say, surely the darkness shall fall on me, and the night is light about me. Indeed, the darkness shall not hide from you, and the night is light like the day. The darkness and the light are both alike to me. Psalm 139, verses 1 through 12, New King James Version.
Whose Fault Is This? By Victor Hugo. So, you burned the library to the ground. Yeah, I'm the one who sets the fire. But can't you see? This crime has pitted you against yourself. These books were yours. They fought injustice. They took up your cause. And in return, into the depths of Scripture, onto the holy mounts of Aeschylus, Job, Homer, into the towers of the lookouts, Molière, Voltaire, Kant, into the very structure of the human edifice, you throw a burning stick. Have you forgotten that your liberator is a book? Books are watchfires on the hillside, beacons. In their light, the scaffolds fall. By their say, war and hunger end. Books say, slavery no more pariahs. Open a book, Plato, Milton. Read the prophets, Dante, Shakespeare. Read Corneille. The awareness living in their language now awakens inside you. Amazed, you find your soul in theirs. While reading, you grow sober, lucid, kind. Their teachings enter you the way first light breaks into an ancient cloister. And as far as that light's burning reaches in your mind, you feel more peaceful and alive. The questionings now leave you ready to reply. You see the good inside yourself made better. You feel old pride melting like a dust of snowflakes by the fire. The anger gone, the ill will. Emperors and kings as well have melted. Learning comes first, later freedom. So, all this light is yours, your strength. And you would kill it? Your own cause came to life in books. Books entering into thought, untied the secret knot that error made of truth. A book is a doctor for the mind, a guide, a guardian. You hate, it heals. You rave in agony, and it gives comfort. Books which made you rich with knowledge, freedom, truth, and virtue, duty, progress, reason that releases the humane intelligence from madness. All this you destroyed. What if I can't read? Whose Fault Is This? By Victor Hugo.
The Misty Mountains. A poem from The Hobbit, J.R.R. Tolkien. Far over the misty mountains cold, to dungeons deep and caverns old, we must away ere break of day, to seek the pale enchanted gold. The dwarves of yore made mighty spells, while hammers fell like ringing bells, in places deep where dark things sleep, in hollow halls beneath the fells. For ancient king and elvish lord, the many a gleaming golden hoard, they shaped and wrought, and light they caught, to hide and gem on hilt a sword. On silver necklaces they strung, the flowering stars on crowns they hung, the dragon's fire in twisted wire, they meshed the light of moon and sun. Far over the misty mountain cold, to dungeons deep and caverns old, we must away the break of day, to seek the pale enchanted gold. Goblets they carve there for themselves, and harps of gold where no men dwell. There lay they long, and many a song was sung unheard by men or elves. The pines were roaring in the heights, the wind was moaning in the night. The fire was red, it flaming spread, the trees like torches blazed with light. The bells were ringing in the dale, and men looked out with faces pale. Then dragons' ire, more fierce than fire, laid low their towers and houses frail. The mountains smoked beneath the moon. The dwarves they heard the tramp of doom. They fled their halls to dying fall, beneath his feet, beneath the moon. Far over the misty mountain grim, to dungeons deep and caverns dim, we must away ere break of day, to win our harps and gold from him. The Misty Mountains, a poem from The Hobbit by J.R.R. Tolkien.
An excerpt from A Little Princess by Frances Hodgson Burnett. Lottie had been sliding across the schoolroom floor and, after first irritating Lavinia and Jessie by making a noise, had ended by falling down and hurting her fat knee. She was screaming and dancing up and down in the midst of a group of friends and enemies who were alternately coaxing and scolding her. "Stop this minute, you crybaby! Stop this minute," Lavinia commanded. "I'm not a crybaby! I'm not! Sarah! Sarah!" Sarah flew across the room and, kneeling down, put her arms around her. "Now, Lottie," she said, "you promised Sarah." "She said I was a crybaby," wept Lottie. Sarah patted her, but spoke in the steady voice Lottie knew. "But if you cry, you will be one, Lottie pet. You promised Sarah." Lottie remembered that she had promised, but preferred to lift up her voice. "I haven't any mamma," she proclaimed. "Yes, you have," said Sarah cheerfully. "Have you forgotten? Don't you know that Sarah is your mamma? Don't you want Sarah for your mamma?" Lottie cuddled up to her with a consoled sniff. "Come sit by the windowsill with me," she said, "and I'll whisper a story to you." Will you tell me about the diamond mines?" whimpered Lottie. "The diamond mines," broke in Lavinia. "Nasty little spoiled thing. I should like to slap her." Sarah got up quickly on her feet. It must be remembered that she had been deeply absorbed in the book about the Bastille and had to recall several things rapidly before she realized she must go and take care of her adopted child. She was not an angel, and she was not fond of Lavinia. "Well," she said with some fire, "I should like to slap you. But I don't want to slap you," restraining herself. "At least I both want to slap you, and I should like to slap you. But I won't slap you. We are not little gutter children. We are both old enough to know better." Here was Lavinia's opportunity. "Ah, yes, your Royal Highness. We are princesses, I believe. At least one of us is. The school ought to be very fashionable now Miss Minchin has a princess for a pupil." Sarah started towards her. She looked as if she might box her ears. Perhaps she was. Her trick of pretending was the joy of her life. She never spoke of it to girls she was not fond of. Her new pretend about being a princess was very near her heart, and she was shy and sensitive about it. She meant for it to be a secret, and here was Lavinia, deriding it before nearly all the school. She felt the blood rush up in her face and tingle in her ears. She'd only just saved herself. Her hand, if you are a princess, you do not fly into rages. Her hand fell to her side, and when she spoke, it was in a quiet, steady voice. She held her head up, and everyone listened to her. "It is true," she said. "Sometimes I do pretend I am a princess. I pretend I am a princess so I can try and behave like one." Lavinia could not think of exactly the right thing to say. Several times she had found she could not find a satisfactory reply when she was dealing with Sarah. The reason for this was that the rest always seemed to be vaguely in sympathy with her opponent. She saw now they were pricking up their ears interestedly. The truth is, they liked princesses and wanted to hear something more definite about this one, and drew nearer Sarah accordingly. Lavinia could only invent one remark, and it fell rather flat. "Dear me," she said, "I hope when you ascend the throne you won't forget about us." "I won't," said Sarah, and did not utter another word, but stood quite still and stared steadily as she saw her take Jessie's arm and turn away. An excerpt from A Little Princess by Frances Hodgson Burnett.
Another break. You'll need a full 10, probably. 10 minutes, we'll come back at 12. All right, one last time. We'll stand, let's pray, and then we'll get going, and hopefully we'll be as close to 1:15:30 as we can. We'll see how it goes. Let's pray. Father, again, we thank you for this time, and be with these students. Do calm their nerves and give them a remembrance of their pieces. And we ask that you be honored through this recitation. For Christ's sake, amen.
Amen.
An excerpt from Jurassic Park by Michael Crichton. The lizard fragment rested in the freezer at Columbia University, awaiting the return of Dr. Simpson, who is not expected for at least a month. And so things might have remained, had not a technician named Alice Levin walked into the tropical disease laboratory, seen Tina Bowman's picture, and said, "Oh, whose kid drew the dinosaur?" "What?" Richard Stone said, turning slowly towards her. "The dinosaur. Isn't that what it is? My kid draws them all the time." "This is a lizard," Stone said, "from Costa Rica. Some girl down there drew a picture of it." "No," Alice Levin said, shaking her head. "Look at it. It's very clear. Big head, long neck, stands on its hind legs, thick tail. It's a dinosaur." "It can't be. It was only a foot tall." "So? There were little dinosaurs back then," Alice said. "Believe me, I know. I have 2 boys. I'm an expert. The smallest dinosaurs were under a foot tall. Teenosaurus or something, I don't know. Those names are impossible. You'll never learn those names if you're over the age of 10. "You don't understand," Richard Stone said. "This is a picture of a contemporary animal. They sent us a fragment of the animal. It's in the freezer now." He went and got it and shook it out of the baggie. Alice Levin looked at the frozen piece of leg and tail and shrugged. She didn't touch it. "I don't know," she said, "but it looks like a dinosaur to me." Stone shook his head. "Impossible." "Why? It could be a leftover or a remnant or whatever they call them." Stone continued to shake his head. Alice was uninformed. She was just a technician who worked in the bacteriology lab down the hall, and she had an active imagination. Stone remembered the time she thought she was being followed by one of the surgical orderlies. "You know," Alice said, "if this is a dinosaur, Richard, it could be a big deal." "It's not a dinosaur." "Has anybody checked?" "No," Stone said. "Well, then you should take it to the Museum of Natural History or something," she said. "You really should." "I'd be embarrassed," Stone said. "You want me to do it for you?" she said. "No," Stone said, "I don't." "You're not going to do anything?" "Nothing at all." He put the baggie back into the freezer and slammed the door. "It's not a dinosaur, it's a lizard. And whatever it is, it can wait till Dr. Simpson gets back from Borneo to identify it. That's final, Alice. The lizard's not going anywhere." An excerpt from Jurassic Park by Michael Crichton.
If, by Rudyard Kipling. If you can keep your head when all about you are losing theirs and blaming it on you. If you could trust yourself when all men doubt you, but make allowance for their doubting too. If you can wait and not be tired by waiting, or being lied about, don't deal in lies. Or being hated, don't give way to hating. And yet don't look too good, nor talk too wise. If you can dream and not make dreams your master, or if you can think and not make thoughts your aim, and if you can meet with triumph and disaster and treat those 2 impostors just the same, and if you can bear to hear the truth you've spoken, twisted by knaves make a trap for fools, and watch the things you gave your life to broken, and stoop and build them up with worn-out tools. If you can make one heap of all your winnings and risk it all on one pitch of turn and toss, and start over again and force your heart and nerve and sinew and to serve your turn long after they are gone. If you can talk with crowds and keep your virtue, or walk with kings, nor lose the common touch, and neither foes nor loving friends can hurt you. If all men count with you, but none too much, and can fill the unforgiving minute with 60 seconds worth of distance run, and yours will be the earth and everything that's in it, and you'll be much more a man, my son. If, by Rudyard Kipling.
Molly? Then Annabelle Hubert.
John 1 through 11, New King James Version. Jesus spoke these words, lifted his eyes to the heavens, and said, Father, the hour has come. Glorify your Son, so your Son may also glorify you. For you have given him authority over all flesh, that he may give eternal life to as many as you have given him. This is eternal life, that they may know you, the only true God, and Jesus Christ, whom you've sent. I have glorified you on the earth. I have finished the work which you have given me to do. Now, O Father, glorify me with yourself, with the glory which I had with you before the world was. I have manifested your name to the men which you gave me out of the world. And they were yours, and you gave them to me. And they have received your word. They have kept it. Now they know that all things which you have given to me are from you, and the words which I tell them you have given to me. And they know surely that I come forth from you, and they have believed that you sent me. I pray for them. I do not pray for the world, but these in the world, for they are yours. And all mine are yours, and yours are mine. And I come, and they have glorified me. Now, I am no longer in the world, but these are in the world. And I come to you, Holy Father, keep your name in those whom you have given to me. For I pray that they will be one with you, as we are one. John 1 through 11, New King James Version.
Annabelle? And Brody?
A Liturgy for Changing Diapers by Douglas Kane McKinley. Heavenly Father, in such menial moments as this, the changing of a diaper, I would remember this truth. My unseen labors are not lost, for it is these repeated acts of small sacrifice that, like bright, ragged patches, are slowly being sewn into a quilt of loving kindness that swaddles this child. I am not just changing a diaper. By love and service, I am tending a budded heart that, rooted early in such grace-filled devotion, might one day be more readily inclined to bow to your compassionate conviction, knowing itself as both a receptacle and a reservoir of heavenly grace. So this little act of diapering, though in form sometimes felt as base judgery, might be better described as one of 10,000 acts by which I am actively creating a culture of compassionate service and selfless love to help shape the life of this family and this beloved child. So take this unremarkable act of necessary service, O Christ, and in your economy let it be multiplied into that greater outworking of worship and of faith, a true investment in the incremental advances of your kingdom across generations. Open my eyes that I might see this act from the fixed vantage of eternity, O Lord, how the changing of a diaper might sit upstream from the changing of a heart, and how the changing of a heart might sit upstream from the changing of a diaper. A Liturgy for Changing Diapers by Douglas Kane McKinley.
When the evening shower was gray, an excerpt from Lord of the Rings by J.R.R. Tolkien. When the evening shower was gray, his footsteps on the hill were heard. Before Dottie went away, on journey long, without a word. Through Wilderland and westward shore, from northern waste to southern hill. From Dragon's Lair, the secret door, and darkling woods he walked at will. With dwarfs, hobbits, elves, and men, with mortal and immortal folk, with birds on brow and beasts in den, in their secret tongues he spoke. A deadly sword, a healing hand, a back that bent beneath his load, a trumpet voice, a burning brand, a weary pilgrim on the road. A lord of wisdom, throned he sat, swift in anger, quick to laugh. An old man in a battered hat, who leaned upon a thorny staff. On that bridge he stood alone, with fire and shadow both defied. His staff broke on the stone. In Khazad-dûm, his wisdom died. Upon hearing this poem, Samwise Gamgee suggested another stanza. The finest rockets ever seen, that bursts in rockets of blue and green, and after thunder, golden showers came falling like a rain of flowers. When the evening shower was gray, an excerpt from The Lord of the Rings by J.R.R. Tolkien.
A selection from Nightfall by Isaac Asimov. With a slow fascination of fear, he lifted himself on one arm and turned his eyes to the blood-curdling blackness of the window. Through it shone stars, not Earth's feeble 3,600 stars visible to the eye. Like ash was in the center of a giant cluster. 30,000 mighty suns shone down in a soul-searing splendor that was more frightening cold in its awful indifference than the bitter wind that shivered across the terribly bleak world. Thurman staggered to his feet, his throat constricting him to breathlessness. All the muscles of his body writhing in intensity of terror and sheer fear beyond bearing. He was going mad and knew it. And somewhere deep inside of him, a bit of sanity was screaming, struggling to fight off the hopeless flood of black terror. He was going mad and knew it. It was very terrible to go mad and know that you were going mad. To know in a little minute you would be there, physically and yet in all real essence, would be dead and drowned in the black madness. For this was the dark and the cold and the doom. The universe has shattered, and his bright walls are falling down to crush and squeeze and obliterate him. He jostled someone crawling on his hands and knees, but somehow stumbled over him. Hands groping at his tortured throat, he limped toward the flame of torches that filled his mad vision. "Light!" he screamed. Aton somewhere was crying, whimpering horribly like a terribly frightened child. "Stars! All the stars, we didn't know. We couldn't know anything. We thought 6 stars in the universe is something. We didn't notice. The walls are breaking. We couldn't know. Someone clawed at the torch, and it fell and snuffed out. And for an instant, the terror of the awful and different stars leapt near to them. On the horizon outside the window, in the direction of Sorrow City, a crimson glow began growing. That was not the glow of the sun. The long night had come again. A selection from Nightfall by Isaac Asimov.
An excerpt from Phantastes by George MacDonald. In this scene, Anodos, while being chased by an evil ash tree, seeks refuge and finds comfort in a beech tree as she sings and speaks to him. I cannot put more of it into words. She closed her arms about me again and went on singing. The rain and the leaves and a light wind that had arisen kept her song company. I was wrapped in a trance of still delight. It told me the secret of the woods and the flowers and the birds. At one time, I felt as if I was wandering in childhood through the sunny spring forest, over carpets of primroses, anemones, and little white starry things, I had almost said creatures, and finding new wonderful flowers at every turn. At another, I lay half dreaming in the hot summer noon, with a book of old tales beside me beneath a great beech. Or in autumn, grew sad because I trod on the leaves that had sheltered me, and received their last blessing in the sweet odors of decay. Or, in a winter evening, frozen still, looked up as I went home to a warm fireside, through the netted boughs and twigs, to the cold, snowy moon with her opal zone around her. At last I had fallen asleep, for I know nothing more that passed till I found myself lying under a superb beech tree in the clear light of the morning just before sunrise. Around me was a fresh girdle of beech leaves. Alas, I had brought nothing with me out of fairyland but memories. The great boughs of beech hung drooping around me. At my head rose its smooth stem with its great sweeps of curving surface that swelled like undeveloped limbs. The branches above kept on the song that had sung me asleep, only now to my mind it sounded like a farewell and a speedwell. I sat a long time unwilling to go, but my unfinished story urged me on. I must act and wonder. With the sun well risen, I rose and put my arms as far as they would reach around the beech tree, and kissed it and said goodbye. A trembling went through the leaves, and a few of the last drops of the night's rain fell from off them at my feet. And as I walked slowly away, I seemed to hear in a whisper once more the words, I may love him, for he is a man, and I am only a beech tree. An excerpt from Phantastes by George MacDonald.
The Giving Tree by Shel Silverstein. Once there was a tree, and the tree loved a little boy. And every day the boy would come and gather her leaves and make them into crowns, and they would play king of the forest, and he would climb up her trunk and swing from her branches and eat apples. And they would play hide and seek, and when he was tired, he would lay in her shade. And the boy loved the tree very much, and the tree was happy. Time went by, the boy grew old, the tree was often alone. Then one day, the boy came to the tree, and the tree said, Come, boy, come, climb up my trunk and play in my shade and eat apples and be happy. I am too big to climb and play, said the boy. I want to buy things and have fun. I want money. I have no money, said the tree. I have only leaves and apples. Take my apples, boy, sell them in the city. Then you will have money. Then you will be happy. So the boy climbed the tree and gathered her apples.
So the boy climbed the tree and gathered her apples and carried them away, and the tree was happy. But the boy stayed away for a long time, and the tree was sad. But when the boy came back, the tree shook with joy and said, "Come, boy, climb up my trunk and swing from my branches and be happy." "I am too busy to climb trees," said the boy. "I want a house to keep me warm," he said. "I want a wife, and I want children, so I need a house. Can you give me a house?" "I have no house," said the tree. "The forest is my house. But you may cut off my branches and build a house. Then you will be happy." So the boy cut off her branches and carried them away to build his house, and the tree was happy. But the boy stayed away for a long time, and when he came back, the tree was so happy she could hardly speak. "Come, boy." The tree was so happy she could hardly speak. "Come, boy," she whispered. "Come and play." "I am too old and sad to play," said the boy. "I want a boat that will take me far away from here. Can you give me a boat?" "Cut down my trunk, boy, and build a boat. Then you can sail away and be happy." So the boy cut down her trunk, made a boat, and sailed away. And the tree was happy. But not really. After a long time, the boy came back. "I'm sorry," said the tree, "but I have nothing left to give you. My apples are gone." "My teeth are too weak for apples," said the boy. "My branches are gone. You cannot swing." "I'm too old to swing on branches," said the boy. "My trunk is gone. You cannot climb." "I'm too tired to climb," said the boy. "I'm sorry," said the tree. "I wish there was something I could give you, but I have nothing. I'm just an old stump. I'm sorry." "I don't need much now," said the boy. "Just a quiet place to sit and rest." "Well," said the tree, straightening herself up as much as she could, "well, old stumps are good for sitting and resting. Come, boy, sit and rest." And so he did, and the tree was happy. The Giving Tree by Shel Silverstein.
Catherine, and then Ben.
An excerpt from Till We Have Faces by C.S. Lewis. This is the scene where Psyche and Oriole, the princesses of Glome, are having a conversation before, the night before, Psyche is to be sacrificed. What had I to look for if I lived? Is this world, this palace, this father so much to lose? We have already had what would have been the best of our time. I must tell you something, Oriole, that I haven't told anyone. Not even you. I know now that this must be so even between the lovingest of hearts, but her saying it that day was like stabbing me. "What is it?" said I, looking at her laps where our four hands were joined. "This," she said. "I have always, at least, ever since I can remember, have had a kind of longing for death." "Oh, Psyche," I said, "have I made you so little happy as that?" No, she said. "You don't understand. Not that kind of longing. It was when I was happiest that set me longing the most. It was on happy days when we were up on the hills, just the three of us. And you couldn't see Glome or the palace, do you remember? The color and the smell and looking across at the great mountain in the distance. And because it was so beautiful, it set me longing, always longing. There must be a place with more of it. Everything seemed to be saying, 'Psyche, come!' But I couldn't not yet come. And I didn't know where I was to come to. It almost hurt me. I felt like a bird in a cage when all the other birds of its kind were flying home." She kissed both my hands, flung them free, and stood up. She had her father's trick of walking to and fro when she talked of something that moved her. And from now to the end, I felt, and this horribly, that I was losing her, that the sacrifice tomorrow would only finish something that had already begun. She was, how long had she been, and I not know, out of my reach. in a place of her own. An excerpt from Till We Have Faces by C.S. Lewis.
Ben, and then Maddie.
The Raven by Edgar Allan Poe. Once upon a midnight dreary, while I pondered weak and weary over many a quaint and curious volume of forgotten lore, while I nodded, nearly napping, suddenly there came a tapping, as of someone gently rapping at my chamber door. "'Tis some visitor," I muttered, tapping at my chamber door. Only this, and nothing more. Ah, distinctly I remember. It was in the bleak December, and each separate dying ember wrought its ghost upon the floor. Eagerly I wished the morrow. Vainly had I sought to borrow from my books surcease of sorrow. Sorrow for the lost Lenore, for the rare and radiant maiden whom the angels named Lenore, nameless here forevermore. And the silken, sad, uncertain rustling of each purple curtain thrilled me, filled me with fantastic terrors never felt before, so that now, to still the beating of my heart, I stood repeating, "'Tis some visitor entreating entrance at my chamber door, some late visitor entreating entrance at my chamber door. This it is, and nothing more." Presently my soul grew stronger, hesitating then no longer. "Sir," said I, or "Madam, truly your forgiveness I implore, but the fact is I was napping, and so gently you came rapping, and so faintly you came tapping at my chamber door, that I scarce was sure I heard you." Here I opened wide the door. Darkness there, and nothing more. Deep into that darkness peering, long I stood there, wondering, fearing, doubting, dreaming dreams no mortal ever dared to dream before. But the silence was unbroken, and the darkness gave no token, and the only word there spoken was the whispered word, "Lenore." This I whispered, and an echo murmured back the word, "Lenore." Merely this, and nothing more. Back into my chamber turning, all my soul within me burning. Soon again I heard a tapping, somewhat louder than before. "Surely," said I, "surely that is something at my window lattice. Let me see then what thereat is, and this mystery explore. Let my heart be still a moment, and this mystery explore. 'Tis the wind, and nothing more. Open here I flung the shutter, when, with many a flirt and flutter, in there stepped a stately raven of the saintly days of yore. Not the least obeisance made he, not a minute stopped or stayed he, but with mien of lord or lady perched above my chamber door. Perched upon a bust of Pallas, just above my chamber door, perched and sat, and nothing more. Then this ebony bird beguiling all my sad soul into smiling, by the grave and stern decorum of the countenance it wore. "Though thy crest be shorn and shaven, thou," I said, "art sure no craven, ghastly, grim, and ancient raven, wandering from the nightly shore. Tell me what thy lordly name is on the night's Plutonian shore." Quoth the raven, nevermore. Much I marveled this ungainly fowl to hear discourse so plainly, though its answer little meaning, little relevancy bore. For we cannot help agreeing that no living human being ever yet was blessed with seeing bird above his chamber door, bird or beast above the sculptured bust above his chamber door, with such a name as nevermore. But the raven uttered only that one word, as if his soul in that one word he did outpour. Nothing further then he uttered, not a feather then he fluttered, till I scarcely more than muttered, other friends have flown before. On the morrow will he leave me, as my hopes have flown before? Then the bird said, nevermore. Startled at the stillness, broken by reply so aptly spoken, doubtless, said I, what it utters is its only stock and store, caught from some unhappy master, whom unmerciful disaster followed fast and followed faster, till his songs one burden bore, till the dirges of his hope that melancholy burden bore of never, nevermore. Then the raven, still beguiling my sad fancy into smiling, straight I wheeled a cushioned seat in front of bird and bust and door. Then upon the velvet sinking I betook myself to linking fancy unto fancy, wondering what this ominous bird of yore, what this grim, ungainly, ghastly, gaunt, and ominous bird of yore meant in croaking nevermore. This and more I sat divining, with my head at ease, reclining on the cushion's velvet violet lining that the lamplight gloated o'er, but on whose velvet violet lining, with the lamplight gloating o'er, she shall press nevermore. Then, methought, the air grew denser, perfumed from an unseen censer swung by seraphim, whose footfalls tinkled on the tufted floor. Wretch, I cried, thy God hath lent thee, by these angels he hath sent thee respite and nepenthe from thy memories of Lenore. Quaff, oh quaff this kind nepenthe, and forget this lost Lenore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Prophet, said I, thing of evil, prophet still if bird or devil, whether tempter sent or whether tempest tossed thee here ashore, desolate yet all undaunted, on this home by horror haunted, on this desert land enchanted, tell me truly I implore, tell this soul, is there balm in Gilead? Tell me I implore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Prophet, said I, thing of evil, prophet still if bird or devil, by that heaven that bends above us, by that God we both adore, tell this soul with sorrow laden, if within the distant Aidenn it should clasp a sainted maiden, whom the angels named Lenore. Clasp a rare and radiant maiden, whom the angels named Lenore. Quoth the raven, nevermore. Be that word a sign of parting, bird, or fiend, I shrieked, upstarting, get thee back into the tempest and the night's Plutonian shore. Leave no black plume as a token of that lie thy soul hath spoken. Leave my loneliness unbroken, quit the bust above my door. Take thy beak from out my heart, and take thy form from out my door. Quoth the raven, nevermore. And the raven, never flitting, still is sitting. Still is sitting on the pallid bust of Pallas, just above my chamber door. And his eyes have all the seeming of a demon's that is dreaming, and the lamplight o'er him streaming throws his shadow on the floor. And my soul, from out that shadow that lies floating on the floor, shall be lifted nevermore. The Raven, by Edgar Allan Poe.
Maddie, and then Owen.
First Corinthians 13, 1-13, New King James Version. Though I speak with tongues of men and of angels, but have not love, I am like a sounding brass or a clanging cymbal. And though I have the gift of prophecy and understand all mysteries and all knowledge, and though I have all faith, so that I could remove mountains, but have not love, I am nothing. And though I bestow all my goods to feed the poor, and though I give my body to be burned, but have not love, I am nothing. Love suffers long and is kind. Love does not envy. It is not provoked. It is not puffed up. It does not behave rudely. It does not seek its own. It thinks no evil. It does not rejoice in iniquity, but rejoices in the truth. Bears all things, believes all things, hopes all things, endures all things. Love never fails. But where there is prophecies, they fail, and whether there are tongues, they will cease, and where there is knowledge, they will vanish away. For we know in part, and we prophesy in part. But when there's perfect, has come, that which is in part will vanish away. When I was a child, I spoke as a child, I understood as a child, I thought as a child. But when I became a man, I put childish things away. For now we see in a mirror, dimly, but then face to face. And now I know in part, and now as I am known, just as I also am known in part. And now abide in faith, hope, love, these three, and the greatest of these is love. 1 Corinthians 13, 1-13, New King James Version.
An excerpt from Much Ado About Nothing, Act 2, Scene 3, by William Shakespeare. I do much wonder that one man, seeing how much another man is a fool when he sets his thoughts to love, will, after he hath laughed at such shallow qualities in others, will become the argument of his own scorn by falling in love, and such a man is Claudio. I have known when there was no music in him but the drum and the fife, and now he would rather hear the tabor and the pipe. I have known when he would have marched 10 nights afoot to see a good armor, and now he will lie 10 nights awake carving the fashion of a new doublet. He was wont to speak plain and to purpose, like an honest man and a soldier, and now he hath turned orthography. His words are a very fantastical banquet. Just so many strange dishes. May I be so converted and see with these eyes? I cannot tell. I think not. I will not be sworn, but love transform me to an oyster. But I'll take my oath on it. Till he hath made an oyster of me, he shall never make me such a fool. One woman is fair, yet I am well. Another is wise, yet I am well. Another virtuous, yet I am well. But till all graces lie in one woman shall not come into my grace. Rich she shall be, that's certain. Wise, or I'll none. Virtuous, or I'll never cheapen her. Fair, or I'll not look on her. Mild, or not come near me. Noble, or not I for an angel. Of good discourse, an excellent musician, and her hair shall be of whatever color it please God. The prince and Monsieur Love. I will hide me in the arbor. An excerpt from Much Ado About Nothing, Act 2, Scene 3, by William Shakespeare.
Hark the Sound of Holy Voices by Christopher Wordsworth. Hark the sound of holy voices, chanting at the crystal sea. Alleluia, 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 Lord, to thee. Multitude, which none can number, like the stars in glory stands, clothed in white apparel, holding palms of victory in their hands. Patriarch and holy prophet, who prepared the way of Christ. King, apostle, saint, confessor, martyr, and evangelist. Saintly maiden, godly matron, widows who have watched to prayer, joined in holy concert, singing to the Lord of all, are there. Marching with thy cross their banner, they have triumphed following thee, the captain of salvation, thee their Savior and their King. Gladly, Lord, with thee they suffered, gladly, Lord, with thee they died, and by death to life immortal they were born and glorified. Now they reign in heavenly glory. Now they walk in golden light. Now they drink as from a river, holy bliss and infinite. Love and peace they taste forever, and all truth and knowledge see, in the beatific vision of our blessed Trinity. God of God, the one begotten, light of light, Emmanuel, in whose body joined together all the saints forever dwell. Pour upon us of thy fullness, that we may forevermore, God the Father, God the Spirit, one with thee on high adore. Hark the Sound of Holy Voices by Christopher Wordsworth.
Arthur, and then Baker.
My Friends by Robert Service. The man above was a murderer. The man below was a thief. And I lay there in the bunk between, ailing beyond belief. A weary armful of skin and bone, wasted with pain and grief. My feet were froze, and the lifeless toes were purple and green and gray. The little flesh that clung to my bones, you could punch it in holes like clay. The skin on my gums was a sullen black and slowly peeling away. I was sure enough in a direful fix, and often I wondered why they did not take the chance that was left and leave me alone to die, or finish me off with a dose of dope. So utterly lost was I. But no, they brewed me the green spruce tea and nursed me there like a child. And the homicide, he was good to me and bathed my sores and smiled. And the thief, he starved that I might be fed and his eyes were kind and mild. Yet they were woefully wicked men, and often at night in pain I heard the murderer speak of his deed and dream it over again. I heard the poor thief sorrowing for the dead self he had slain. I'll never forget that bitter dawn, so evil, askew, and gray, when they wrapped me round in the skins of beasts, and they bore me to a sleigh. And we started out with the nearest post, 100 miles away. I'll never forget the trail they broke, with its dense, unuttered woe, and the crunch, 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 as their snowshoes sank through the crust of the hollow snow. And my breath would fail, and every beat of my heart was like a blow. And oftentimes I would die the death, yet wake up to life anew. The sun would be all ablaze on the waste, and the sky a blighting blue. And the tears would rise in my snow-blind eyes and furrow my cheeks like dew. And the camps we made, when their strength outplayed and the sky was pinched and wan, and oh, the joy of that blessed halt, and how I did dread the dawn, and how I hated the weary men who rose and dragged me on, and oh, how I begged to rest, to rest. The snow was so sweet a shroud. And oh, how I cried when they urged me on, cried and cursed them aloud. Yet on they strained, all racked and pained, and sorely their backs were bowed. And then it was all like a lurid dream, and I prayed for a swift release from the ruthless ones who would not leave me to die alone in peace. Till I wakened up, and I found myself at the post of the mounted police. And there was my friend, the murderer. And there was my friend, the thief, with bracelets of steel around their wrists, and wicked beyond belief. But when they come to God's judgment seat, may I be allowed the brief. My Friends, by Robert Service.
An excerpt from A Friendly Face, author unknown. Have you ever met someone who immediately rubbed you the wrong way? They can appear very friendly, but it's always a particular type of friendly. The different varieties can be hard to recognize when you're young, but with time, you'll see them all. The rarest form is genuine kindness, though there is also the fair weather friendly, the I want something friendly, or the look how friendly I am friendly. That last one's always hiding something, and they hope their performance covers it up. But this isn't about friendship. We're all just comrades in this war. This is about one man, that man who calls himself the Drifter. I do not like to speak ill of others, but him I do not trust. He's hiding something. His performance is second to none. I don't exactly know what he does out beyond that gate, and I'm not really sure I want to know. Though I've spoken to him a couple of times, but he always seems like he's in a rush. The one conversation we've had beyond our introductions was very short, and he slinked away before I could get any answers. It was right before the start of the dawning festival. I was getting my decorations set up as he walked up to my booth and asked, "Well, what's all this?" "Well, surely you know of the dawning," I said, not in a rude way, but in a friendly way. "I know you're a snake, friendly." "Oh, of course," he said.
I guess I'd forgotten it was getting to be that season. Time just goes right on by, don't it, brother? Right on by.
He looked up at the decorations for a long time, hands on his hips and nodding approvingly.
Looking good, brother. Looking good.
An excerpt from A Friendly Face, author unknown.
Finn, and then Lene.
Psalm 36, Hebrew version. Lam natseha le'evid Yahweh ludavid, ne'um pesha le'rasha, bekerev libi ein pakad, Elohim lenegev enav. Ki halik elav be'enav, limso eano lisno. Divrei fiv aven umima hadal, lisno eono, yeah, lisno, lisno, sorry. Aven, one second, sorry. Aven umima hadal, I know I said that, sorry. Aven yashov el mishkavo, Yityasav el divrek lo tov ra lo yamas. Yahweh bahashamayim hasdeka emunatka ad Hasteki, yeah. Psalm 36, Hebrew version.
Lene, and then Gloria.
An excerpt from Chapter 7 of Supper of the Lamb by Robert Farrar Capon. Let me say first that I understand your impatience. I am also a product of the age of hurry, of the era of instant results, as are you. I too have been saddled with a conscience that winces at delay and feels obligated to apologize for anything longer than a laundry list. I understand, but I do not agree. The feet on the stove dance of this book is a deliberate attempt to cure myself and anyone else who will listen of the nasty habit of worrying the world to pieces, like a terrier with a rag. What we're up to here is not the hasty shaking loose of a culinary result, but the patient rumination of cooking itself. There are better things to do than hurry. An excerpt from Chapter 7, A Supper of the Lamb by Robert Farrar.
Gloria, and then Emma.
An excerpt from The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe by C.S. Lewis. This is the scene where Lucy first enters into Narnia through the wardrobe. Lucy stayed behind because she thought it would be worthwhile trying the door of the wardrobe, even though she felt almost sure that it would be locked. To her surprise, it opened quite easily, and 2 mothballs dropped out. Looking into the inside, she saw several coats hanging up, mostly long fur coats. There was nothing Lucy liked so much as the smell and feel of fur. She immediately stepped into the wardrobe and got in among the coats and rubbed her face against them, leaving the door open, of course, because she knew that it is very foolish to shut oneself into any wardrobe. Soon, she went further in and found that there was a second row of coats hanging up behind the first one. It was almost quite dark in there, and she kept her arms stretched out in front of her so as not to bump her face into the back of the wardrobe. She took a step further in. Then 2 or 3, always expecting to feel woodwork against the tips of her fingers. But she could not feel it. This must be a simply enormous wardrobe, thought Lucy, going still further in and pushing the soft folds of the coats aside to make room for her. Then she noticed that there was something crunching under her feet. I wonder, is that more mothballs? She thought, stooping down to feel it with her hand. But instead of feeling the hard, smooth wood floor of the wardrobe, she felt something soft and powdery and extremely cold. This is very queer, she said, and went on a step or 2 further. Next moment, she found that what was rubbing against her face and hands was no longer soft fur, but something hard and rough and even prickly. Why, it is just like branches of trees, exclaimed Lucy. And then she saw that there was a light ahead of her. Not a few inches away where the back of the wardrobe ought to have been, but a long way off. Something cold and soft was falling on her. A moment later, she found that she was standing in the middle of a wood at nighttime with snow under her feet and snowflakes falling through the air. An excerpt from The Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe by C.S. Lewis.
Emma, followed by Laura.
An excerpt from Piranesi by Susanna Clark. A man, formerly called Piranesi, writes in his journal, reminiscing on the endless beauty of the house. Statues again. Entry for the 29th of November, 2018.
Piranesi lived among statues, silent presences that brought him comfort and enlightenment. I thought that in this new old world, the statues would be irrelevant. I did not imagine that they would continue to help me, but I was wrong. When faced with a person or situation I do not understand, my first impulse is still to look to the statues to enlighten me. I think of Dr. Ketterly, and an image rises up in my mind. It is the memory of a statue that stands in the 19th Northwestern Hall. This statue shows a man kneeling on his plinth. A sword lies at its side, its blade broken in 5 pieces. Round about lie other broken pieces, the remnants of a sphere. The man has used his sword to break open the sphere because he wanted to better understand it, but now he finds that both sphere and sword are broken. This puzzles him, but at the same time, part of him refuses to accept that this sphere is now broken and worthless. He now holds his fragments in his hands and stares into them intently, hoping that they will eventually bring him new knowledge. I think of Lawrence Arnsales, and an image rises up in my mind. It is the memory of a statue that stands in an upper vestibule at the head of the staircase, the one rising up out of the 32nd vestibule. This statue shows a heretical pope seated on his throne. He is fat and bloated. He lolls about, a shapeless mass. The throne itself is quite magnificent, but the sheer bulk of the figure threatens to split it right in two. He knows that he is repulsive, but you can see by his face that the idea pleases him. He revels in the thought that he is somehow shocking. In his face there is mingled laughter and triumph. "Look at me," he seems to say. "Look at me." I think of Raphael, and an image, no, 2 images rise up in my mind. In Piranesi's mind, Raphael is represented by a statue that stands in the 44th Northern Hall. This statue shows a queen riding her chariot, the protector of her people. She is all goodness, all gentleness, all kindness, all wisdom, all motherhood. That is Piranesi's view of Raphael, because Raphael saved him. But in my mind, Raphael is best represented by a statue that stands in an antechamber that lies between the 45th and 62nd Northwestern Halls. This statue shows a figure walking forward, holding a lantern. It is hard to discern with any certainty the gender of this figure. It is androgynous in appearance. But from the way she, or he, holds this lantern and peers at whatever is ahead, one gets a very strong sense that she is utterly surrounded by a huge darkness. Above all, I get the sense that she is alone, perhaps by choice, or perhaps because no one else was courageous enough to follow her into that darkness. Of all the billions of people in this world, Raphael is the one I know best and love most. I understand now, much better than Piranesi ever could, the magnificent things she did in coming to find me, the magnitude of her courage. I know that Raphael returns to the house. Sometimes we go together, but most times she goes alone. The quiet and solitude attract her very strongly. In them she hopes to find what she needs. It worries me. "Don't disappear," I tell her sternly. "Do not disappear." She makes a rueful, amused face. "I won't," she says. "We can't keep rescuing each other," I tell her. "It's ridiculous." She smiles. It's a smile with some sadness in it. But she still wears the perfume, the first thing I ever knew of her, and it still makes me think of happiness and sunlight. An excerpt from Piranesi by Susanna Clark.
Laura Bell, and then Carter.
An excerpt from The Supper of the Lamb by Robert Farrar Capon. Along with your whisk, you will also want a supply of wooden spoons. Experiment will have to guide you to the most desirable sizes and shapes. There are pointed ones, which will fit sharp-cornered pans, flat ones, which will scrape bottoms to a fairly well, and there are round ones, donut-shaped ones, oval ones, slotted ones, and truncated ones, all waiting for your fancy to light. Add to that fact that they can be had in assorted sizes, up to the length of a man's forearm, and you have the full picture. The next time you see a display of them, give in to that temptation you've been fighting since childhood. Buy yourself one of every shape and size in the store. There are a few indulgences in this life that can match this one for safety, economy, and long-term supportability. Besides, you will set your cooking progress ahead by a full year or two. Your battery of wooden spoons is not only good for the ego, they are kind to porcelain, gentle with aluminum, easy on the purse, and, as non-conductors, ideal for snitching samples from boiling pots. No more blistered lower lips from accidental contact with the bottom of one of Satan's stainless steel spoons. True enough, wooden spoons crack easily and burn easily and crack with age, but then so do we all. It's nice to have a few things in this life that make no pretense of imperishability. One final word on pots. Contrary to what most cookbooks will tell you, do not thicken sauces in a double boiler. It can, of course, be done, but it is about as exciting as watching the grass grow. It is so unbearably time-consuming that the sensible cook will sooner serve thin broth than put up with the boredom of waiting for boiling water to boil water. Use your double boiler as such, only for its unquestionably legitimate purposes, chiefly for warming what you do not wish to watch. For sauces, put the bottom part away. An excerpt from The Supper of the Lamb by Robert Farrar Capon.
An excerpt from The Seeing Eye by C.S. Lewis. The Russians, I am told, claim that they have not found God in outer space. On the other hand, a good many people across many different times and countries claim to have found God, or been found by God, here on earth. The conclusion that some of us want to draw from these data is that God does not exist. As a corollary, those who claim to have found him on earth were suffering from a delusion. But other conclusions may be drawn. 1, we have not yet gone far enough in space. There have been ships on the Atlantic a good time before America was discovered. 2, God does exist, but is locally confined to this planet. 3, the Russians did find God in space, without knowing it, because they lacked the requisite apparatus for detecting him. And 4, God is neither an object located in a particular part of space, nor diffused, as we once thought ether was, throughout space. The first two conclusions do not interest me. The sort of religion they could be a defense for is a religion of savages, the belief that a local deity could be confined in a particular temple, island, or grove. This, in fact, seems to be the sort of religion that some Russians and a good many people in the West are being irreligious. The second two conclusions are the ones for my money. You see, space travel really has nothing to do with the matter. To some, God is discoverable everywhere. To others, nowhere. Those who do not find him on Earth are unlikely to find him in space. Hang it all, we're in space already. Every year we go a huge circular tour around in space. But send a saint up in a spaceship, and he'll find God in space as he has found God on Earth. Much depends on the seeing eye. An excerpt from The Seeing Eye by C.S. Lewis.
Psalm 119, verse 1 through 16, New King James Version. Blessed are the undefiled in the way, who walk in the law of the Lord. Blessed are those who keep his testimonies, who seek him with the whole heart. They also do no iniquity, they walk in his way. You have commanded us to keep your precepts diligently. Oh, that my ways were directed to keep your statutes. Then I may not be ashamed when I look upon all your commandments. I will praise you with uprightness of heart. When I learn of your righteous judgment, I will keep your precepts. Oh, do not forsake me utterly. How can a young man cleanse his ways? By taking heed according to your word. With my whole heart I have sought you. Your word I have hidden in my heart, that I might not sin against you. Blessed are you, O Lord. Teach me your statutes. With my lips, I have declared all the judgments of your mouth. I have rejoiced in your ways. I have rejoiced in the ways of your testimony. I will meditate on your precepts and contemplate your word. I will delight myself in your statutes. I will not forget your word. Psalm 119.
An excerpt from Piranesi by Susanna Clark, in which Piranesi describes the fantastical world that he lives in, which he lovingly calls the house. Outside the house, there are only the celestial bodies, sun, moon, and stars. The house has 3 levels. The lower halls are the domain of the tides. Their windows, when seen from across the courtyard, are gray-green with the restless waters and white with the splatter of foam. The lower halls provide nourishment in the form of fish, crustaceans, and sea vegetation. The upper halls are, as I have said, the domain of the clouds. Their windows are gray-white and misty. Sometimes you will see a whole line of windows suddenly illuminated by the flash of lightning. The upper halls provide fresh water, which is shed in the vestibules in the form of rain, and trickles in streams down walls and staircases. Between these 2 largely uninhabitable levels are the middle halls, which are the domain of birds and men. The beautiful orderliness of the house is what gives us life. This morning, I looked out of a window in the 18th Southeastern Hall. Across the courtyard, I saw the other, looking out of a window. The window was tall and dark, and the other's head, with its high forehead and neatly trimmed beard, was looking out of one corner. He was lost in thought, as he so often is. I waved to him. He did not see me. I waved more extravagantly. I jumped up and down with great energy. But the windows of the house are many, and he did not see me. A list of everyone who has ever lived, and what is known of them. Entry for the 10th day in the 5th month in the year the albatross came to the southwestern halls. Since the world began, it is certain that there have existed 15 people. Possibly there have been more, but I am a scientist and must proceed according to the evidence. Of the 15 people whose existence is verifiable, only myself and the other are now living.
I will now name the 15 people and give, where relevant, their locations. First person, myself. I believe I am between 30 and 35 years of age. I'm approximately 1.83 meters tall and of a slender build. Second person, the other. I estimate the other's age to be between 50 and 60. He is approximately 1.88 meters tall and, like me, of a slender build. He's strong and fit for his age. His skin is a pale olive color, and his short hair and mustache are brown. He has a beard which is gray, almost white. It is neatly trimmed and slightly pointed. The bones of his skull are particularly fine, with high aristocratic cheekbones and a tall, impressive forehead. The overall impression he gives is of a friendly but slightly austere person devoted to the life of the intellect. The other is a scientist, like me, and the only other living human being, so naturally, I value his friendship highly. The other believes that there is a great and secret knowledge hidden somewhere in the world that will grant us enormous power once we have discovered it. What this knowledge includes, he is not entirely sure, but at various times, he has suggested that it might include the following. 1. Vanquishing death and becoming immortal. 2. Learning by process of telepathy what other people are thinking. 3. Transforming ourselves into eagles and flying through the air. 4. Transforming ourselves into fish and swimming through the tides. 5. Moving objects using only our thoughts. 6. Snuffing out and reigniting the sun and stars. And 7. Dominating lesser intellects and bending them to our will. The other and I are searching diligently for this knowledge. We meet twice a week on Tuesdays and Fridays to discuss our work. The other is very meticulous about his time and never allows our meetings to run over an hour. If he needs me at another time, he simply calls out, Piranesi, until I come. Piranesi. That is what he calls me. Which is strange, because as far as I remember, that is not my name. An excerpt from Piranesi by Susanna Clark.
Thank you to our judges. This is, I think, the 5, 6, 7, 8th year, something like that. For Remy anyway, but I think Remy's been here every year. But thanks for your patience, and we'll work on timing for next year. We keep getting this longer and longer. So thanks for coming, and have a good afternoon. What's left?
Da Vinci, Galileo, Thomas Jefferson, Isaac Newton, C.S. Lewis. What do these people have in common? A classical Christian education. Geneva Academy is Monroe and West Monroe's only classical Christian school, and now it's open enrollment time for pre-K and up. Call today at 805-0116 or visit genevaclassical.org. What an education used to be now is at Geneva Academy.